Hello, just going to start off by telling you it's about a 10-minute warning. Got a lot to do tonight. I'm going to try to get it done tonight. If we all call it together, I'm going to try to start on time. So just as you come in, short conversations and be ready to go at 7. Thank you very much. Okay, 5-minute warning. So as you come in, short conversations, and we'll be ready to start right at 7. Thank you. Two minutes, so if you could start gathering your seats and wrapping up your conversations. I'm going to try to start right on time. Thank you. Okay, there's just a few people remaining in line to check in. It is 7 o'clock, so I will race you to see if you can gather your seats and settle down before I get to the podium. Then we'll call the meeting to order and we'll get started. All right, thank you. Will you please rise if you are able and willing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? The flag is to my right, your left. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. It is 7:01 on Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. I hereby declare Westborough, Massachusetts special town meeting in order. For a special town meeting, and actually for any town meeting, we need four things. We have a moderator. I am your elected moderator, John Arnold, 251 West Main Street. We have an elected town clerk, Deborah Ledoux, who's sitting to my right and on my left. Our bylaws say that for this regularly scheduled October town meeting, there is no quorum, but we have over 160 people who've checked in, and we'll be getting an update that shortly. And we have a duly signed and delivered warrant, 16 articles that come before us tonight. 16 articles at 7 o'clock. I would like to try to get through them, but we have to balance the quality of deliberations with the time of deliberations, and we'll see what we can do. So as I said, I've declared this meeting in session. I'll introduce to you your elected select board and town department heads. Over to my right, your left. We have the school committee and school staff, my left, your right. The planning board is typically down here in the center. And we have the advisory finance committee, 9 voters appointed by me to review, and they have published the report and recommendations that I hope you all have in front of you. We can get the PDF up on the screen if we run out of copies later on, or maybe we can have people share them. I would encourage you all to look at that, especially the brief overview of the rules of the road for town meeting and the message to voters from the Advisory Finance Committee. I'd like to thank each of you for taking time out to be here and to participate in town meeting, which is Westborough's legislative body. So thank you for being here, for all the people who prepared for this, and on behalf of all your fellow voters, thank you. Just quick check. How many people is this your first town meeting? There's a few. Welcome. I hope you come back for many more. I'd like to point out that we have former Fire Chief Jim Parker sort of in the back. He told me earlier, a couple weeks ago when I ran into him around town, this is his 72nd year of town meeting. So Chief Parker, thanks for being an ongoing presence at town meeting. Thank you, Chief. And on a personal note, it was 50 years ago this fall that I attended my first town meeting here in Westborough, and I don't think I've missed very many in that time. So for me, I think that just means that I'm not the 18-year-old I used to be. So anyway, to reduce the amount of time, because as I said, we have 16 articles, I'm going to try to streamline even further the streamlining I did back in March. The basic rules of the road are on pages 2 through 4 of the Advisory Finance Committee booklet. I'm going to ask you to read those and review them, and I'm just going to highlight a few. We do have childcare, courtesy of the National Honor Society, until 8:45. Sorry we can't get it later, but the high school students have homework and stuff to do, and we'll work on doing that. So I just want to point out, for those of you who are newer, just as a refresher, town meeting is the town's legislative body, and it is intentionally made a structured conversation. Unlike the town halls or things you may see on the news where people just sort of yell and talk about anything they want, we talk about the topics brought forward in the articles and in the motions, and we try to talk about why we may be for or against or questions we have. We try not to focus on personalities and just focus on what we each individually think is our vote of what's best for the town. I'm hoping we don't need to use an overflow room tonight, so I'm going to skip over that part and only deal with it if we have to. So I'm going to move straight on to say that one of our bylaws requires me to nominate and for the meeting voters to vote on a deputy moderator who would preside at an overflow room if we need it, or who will preside over the meeting if I become unable to do so. It's you, the meeting, that votes the deputy moderator. I merely nominate and proceed through the proceedings. As I have in the past, I'm nominating Benjamin Gold of 19 Blake Street for this post. He's been briefed and he's ready to serve. Mr. Gold, could you stand up? Mr. Gold's in the middle here. And now this is the time where we use our voting devices for our test vote. You'll get sick of this if you're new, but you'll see. So when this light goes on, that means voting is started. So we'll say voting is started. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of my nomination of Mr. Gold, and pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is started. The light stays on for about 15 seconds or so. If your voting device doesn't show anything in the display, you may have to press the little 0-1 button in the bottom right to make it go on. Once you press a number 1 for yes or 2 for no, it should display the numeral 1 or 2, or say 1 or 2 and turn it off. That acknowledges that the computer system down here has received the vote. So voting is ended. And we have a vote of 209 in favor and 8 opposed. Mr. Gold has been voted our deputy town moderator. Mr. Gold, will you please rise again? Thank you. Mr. Gold, do you solemnly swear that having been elected deputy moderator, that you will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of this office, so help you God? Thank you, Mr. Gold. You may be seated. So just to be clear, I'm going to jump over everything very quickly so we can get started with the show. I'm going to refer you to the brief guide to town meeting, brief, only 3 pages this time. We can insert our own jokes there. And I just want to reiterate that the town meeting, laws about town meeting are for people present and voting. If you must leave, you're welcome to do so. I would ask you, if you're leaving the building and not just going to the bathroom or getting a snack, please leave your voting device with the town clerks. If you can come back, you may come back. You'll just have to check in and you may get a different voting device. And if you see anyone who has 2 voting devices or is trying to vote multiple times, let me know so we can deal with that. And I will say it's against the law, so don't do that, please. And then the other key thing is, if you want to speak, you have to show me that you're a registered voter. Typically that's by just holding in your hand and showing me the voting device. Then when I choose you to speak, you give your name and address, and then you may give your remarks. I'm going to cycle through 2 microphones in the back, and there's a roving microphone for people who are unable or who would prefer not to stand up and go to the roving microphones. We don't necessarily choose them in order. I try to cycle through them, and rather than having a necessary line at the microphones, just if you want to speak and are willing to stand in a microphone, just stand in the general vicinity, and I will try to cycle through and as fair as I can in order of people who want to speak, and then I will indicate who I have selected. We have a traffic light system if you want to turn it on over here. This is something we instituted a few years ago. Presentations, those presentations on articles or counter presentations for anyone who has informed me in advance, of which so far I haven't heard of any. Presentations are limited to no more than 10 minutes. Regular speeches, once we're in deliberations, are no more than 2.5 minutes. The way the the traffic light works is until you have 90 seconds or fewer left, it's green. Once it's 90 seconds, it turns to yellow. And it's going to be a little confusing because I like to give people some wiggle room. Once you have 30 seconds left, it goes to red. And once your time is up, all the lights will go on. So red doesn't mean you have to stop in your tracks. It just means you should conclude your remarks and move on. I've asked voters Gail Arnold and Allison Lindsay to do this, and they have sworn to me that they will do it as impartially and as accurately as they can. So I'm going to see if so far I have not heard of any non-voters other than town staff who want to address the meeting. They need permission of the meeting, not of me. Town staff is always allowed to address the meeting as their department indicates them to do. So we're going to skip over that part. Right now, I know there's a section that says non-registered voters. Since these voting devices work anywhere, you may sit wherever you want in the room. The voting devices are only guaranteed to work in this room. If we end up filling the room so much that we need to have some people with voting slips, I'll tell them they have to sit up in the my upper left. But we won't worry about that for now. So if at any time there's questions you have about the procedure, I'm going to, again, please read pages 2 through 4 to get a hang of it. If at any time there's something you're trying to accomplish, or if you have a question about the procedures, you may raise your hand and call out point of order. I will interrupt the proceedings and deal with your question and go from there. But that's only really if you have a procedural question. If you just want to speak on an article, just go to a microphone or raise your hand when I'm looking for deliberation, and we'll go through that as best we can. So let's get started. I've been asked by the planning board to allow the town planner to give a brief update on the master plan implementation that works and that's in the works and that can inform some of our votes. And so I've given them a few minutes to give us an update on that. So is Ms. Gringas here, and you may give a brief information about the master plan implementation work. Thank you.
There's a switch on top.
Okay, I think that's better. I'm Jenny Gingras, the Director of Planning, and I'm here to give you an update on the master plan implementation, as I have for the past, I think, 2 years now or 3 years now. The master plan was adopted in 2021, and this is just a short presentation to give an overview of any significant achievements, things in progress, and then where we are on implementation of all of the action items. So for significant achievements, I have some listed on the screen here. Last town meeting, we revised the zoning bylaw to create incentives for sustainable development in the highway business zoning district. We also added additional programming for seniors and for the youth community that's available at the community center. We updated a permitting guide for the building department. Dog park was completed and is now open as of June. We created a transportation plan which advises the public on transportation projects throughout town, and we revised an accessory dwelling unit bylaw as well. All of those things were referenced in the master plan, and we were able to achieve them. Here's just a sample of items that are in progress. We're working on downtown zoning updates, the regional dispatch center, the library addition is under construction. We're working on a wayfinding and branding plan. We're also close to finishing the open space and recreation plan. And then also the implementation of an EV charging assessment. Here's just an overview of the number of items that we completed in the master plan. There are multiple categories that you can see on the screen here. And then there's boards and committees and departments that are in charge essentially of implementing those action items depending on the category. So as you can see here, compared to 2024, which is in orange, in 2025, the blue line, you can see that we definitely made some progress on completing some items. And then we also have many items in progress. It's important to note that some of those items in progress are continually in progress, such as making sure we review our bylaw and regulations to make sure that we're up to date with the best practices. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing that I forgot to mention and that I shouldn't is that we do have representatives from the fire, EMS, and police departments here. So if for any reason an alarm goes off, we have exit doors to my left and your right up here at the stage, one in the middle over here and two in the back. If the alarm does go off, the police chief, fire chief, or our patrolman that's here will find out what's going on and let us know what we have to do. But just as carefully and as safely as we can, if that happens, we'll just start to evacuate the building till we hear otherwise. With that said, I'll turn a couple of introductory remarks over to Jane Clapp, the new chair of the Advisory Finance Committee. Ms. Clapp, just a few introductory remarks if you'd like. Thank you.
All right, I will save you all from any extra long remarks in hopes we get out of here more quickly. I'm Jane Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee. My only note is pointing you to the books that are published in the back. The Finance Committee has met with representatives from all of the articles that we are discussing tonight. We've made our recommendations. So you'll notice the whole body of the warrant article is published, as well as our recommendation, the select board recommendation, and then comments either why our committee members voted in favor of or in opposition to any of the articles. So.
Thank you, Ms. Clapp. So again, follow along in the book as you can. If we run out of books, we'll ask people to share them, or people can go to the westboroughma.gov website, and there's a link to it on the front page. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Williams, who has a few remarks on behalf of the Select Board, and then we'll move on from there. Ms. Williams.
Good evening, my name is Christy Williams. I serve as your town manager. I have a brief presentation to discuss the town's financial position, as well as some of the articles that you'll see tonight. The articles that are on the warrant are largely developed through several processes, and some of them speak very clearly to the outcomes and recommendations of our guiding documents. So you'll see here, these are 4 of our guiding documents. There are others that we refer to as we move through the operations of the town and work towards goals that have been established through these community engagement processes. They inform how we craft operating budgets, and then they also inform how we craft goals for the different departments. As you can see on the right, the Select Board every spring creates their own goals, as well as goals for the town manager. So you can see here, these are the fiscal 26 goals, and they can also be found on the town website. Specifically on the warrant tonight, there are 4 articles that speak to some of the outcomes of the guiding documents. Article 2 speaks to a revolving fund for a senior transportation program. Article 7, swimming pool repairs related to the community center. Article 9, the transfer to Affordable Housing Trust, and then Article 14, which is the downtown zoning. These are the financial articles that you'll see this evening. You can see all the way to the right that only 1 article is estimated to have an impact on taxes. Other articles that are financial are transfers between budgets or transfers between funds, and there are 3 articles that are using overlay surplus as a funding source. So overlay are funds that are reserved for abatements, exemptions, and liabilities of property taxes. They're managed by the Board of Assessors, they're appropriated by the Board of Assessors, and periodically the Board of Assessors will review the overlay account to see if they are able to release any of those funds based on their outstanding liabilities. So earlier this month, the Board of Assessors met and did determine that they could release just over $1 million of overlay, and that moves into overlay surplus, which makes it available for expenditure at this town meeting. We use overlay surplus similar to free cash because it's a one-time expense. We don't use it for an operating budget. Free cash, as we've talked about before, is often used for one-time expenses such as capital articles. This shows our expenditures of free cash going back to fiscal 21. You can see over the last couple of years, we've tried to use free cash more in order to meet our capital needs, as well as use money to lower the tax rate, and then also to fund our OPEB funding schedule. This slide here shows the average single-family value and its growth over time, as well as the average single-family tax bill. The blue lines indicate the history between 2013 and 2025. The gray bar is intended to represent what we had estimated when we were here in March at the annual town meeting. And then the green bar is what we are estimating today. So you can see that we're looking at a slightly lower tax bill than we had estimated in March and a slightly higher value. Again, on this slide, it shows the increase to the average single-family tax bill. Again, in March, we were estimating a $663 increase, or 5.38%. As of today, due to additional information that we've received, watching receipts come in, we're estimating $593 increase, or 4.82%. This slide here is showing the growth of our excess levy capacity. Excess levy capacity represents taxes that a town could levy but does not. So you can see that going back to 2008, we were using all of our excess levy capacity, so we were taxing as much as we were allowed to under the state's Proposition 2.5, and our excess levy capacity back in 2008 was just over $3,000. So you've seen steady growth over the time of our excess levy capacity, meaning that we were staying within the limits of Proposition 2.5. You can see in 2019 and 2025, those are actually the only years that we have used any of our excess levy capacity since 2008. In March, we were estimating that we were going to use a little over $1 million of our excess levy capacity, but as of today, we're estimating about a $300,000 growth in fiscal '26. Just bringing back to this slide again, so there's one article that will be before you tonight that will have an estimated tax impact. That $5.96 is included in that 593 number that I showed earlier. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We now turn our attention to Article 1. Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I serve as a select board member. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Welch.
I move that the town vote to transfer from overlay surplus and appropriate the sum of $103.20 to pay for the following bills incurred in previous fiscal years. Excentria Community Services, $20.40. Excentria Community Services, $32.20. Excentria Community Services, $16.20. And Excentria Community Services, $34.40 for a total of $103.20. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Welch.
Approval of this article will allow the town to pay 4 bills for services incurred in prior fiscal years. The town cannot pay a bill from previous year without a vote of town meeting. Following completion of their own billing audit, Excentria Community Services, which provides interpretation services for the town, identified 4 bills outstanding for interpretation services rendered. There are 2 bills for interpretation services rendered in FY 2023 for a total of $36.60 and 2 bills for services in 2024 totaling $66.60. The funding for this article is overlay surplus, so it has no tax impact.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Any discussion, deliberation? Seeing none, we go to a vote. As always, when the light turns green, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. While you vote, I'll tell you the reason why it's a 9/10 vote is because this is a special town meeting and because it's a prior year's bill, and that's what the law says we have to do. So it's the tightest, the most restrictive quantum of vote in the state, I believe. Voting is ended. We have 271 in favor and 17 opposed. That is more than a 9/10 vote. The motion carries. We now turn to Article 2, about a revolving fund for senior transportation. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Approval of this article will establish a new funding mechanism for the senior transportation program. Beginning July 1st of 2025, the town entered into an agreement with the Worcester Regional Transit Authority to operate this program. Through this program, the town employs bus drivers through the senior center, but is then reimbursed for the salary and wages expended. Without having a revolving account, the reimbursement that we receive must go directly into the general fund. However, by establishing a revolving fund, the town will no longer need to carry the salary and wage funds for the drivers in the operating budget, and therefore will not need to raise those funds on the tax levy. So it's important. Having this revolving fund means that we do not have to raise and appropriate taxes from you because they're going to be paid for by Worcester Regional Transit. So basically, the reimbursement funds will go directly into the revolving fund, and salary and wages will then be expended directly from that account. And just as a reminder, revolving funds are established by town meeting and are listed under Article 15 of the town's bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. This is also a good opportunity for me to remind you, if you're following along with the Finance Committee's report and recommendations, you'll see their recommendations as well as the Select Board recommendations. So we have Mr. Johnson's motion, we have his explanation. Any comments or deliberation on Mr. Johnson's motion? Seeing none, we turn to a vote. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 287 in favor, 11 opposed. The motion carries. Next is Article 3, dealing with some fiscal year 2026 budget adjustments. When you're ready, Mr. Keogh.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to make the following transfers in the fiscal 2026 budget. Transfer from Council on Aging salaries and wages of $13,915 to the Finance Department salary and wages, and a transfer from the Council on Aging salary and wages line item of $22,355 to the Health Department salary and wages line item.
Mr. Keogh.
With the establishment of the Senior Transportation Revolving Fund in Article 2, the salary and wages in the Council on Aging budget can now be reduced in the fiscal year 2026 budget and will not be included in future operating budgets as long as the town continues to operate under this transportation model. Since the program, coupled with the new revolving fund, presents a long-term budget reduction, this article proposes redistribution of those funds to departments who experienced a staffing reduction earlier this year due to required budget cuts. The redistribution of funds would partially reestablish the 40 hours per week Health Department administrative assistant position by creating a 32-hour-a-week administrative assistant position. Currently, the Board of Health is receiving 20 hours per week of coverage from the Planning Department administrative assistant. Therefore, approval of this article would also reconstitute the 40-hour per week position in the Planning Department. Additionally, the redistribution of funds would partially reestablish the 25-hour per week Treasurer-Collector administrative assistant position by creating a 19-hour per week administrative assistant position. This will allow the Town Collector's Office to reopen to the public on Mondays. The 2026 budget is not a level service budget due to the required 1% reduction. The reestablishment of these positions at the levels proposed maintains this 1% reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Any comments, deliberations on Mr. Keogh's motion? Yes, if you could get to the microphone in the back, please. If anyone else wishes to speak, while he's speaking, if you could make your way to the microphone, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much. Name and address, show me your voting device, please. Thank you. Oh, wait a second. Mr. Masciarelli, microphone, is the switch on? Gerard, can you check and see if the switch is on? Try
Hello?
again.
Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street.
Mr. Shafford.
So I know we worked very hard last spring to reduce the budgets, and now we have an opportunity to save some money, and I think we're always looking to increase the amount that we save to help reduce taxes. I think refunding areas that were previously decided not to fund this year after only a few months is not a good use of our money, and would recommend that we vote against this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shafford. Over here. Just slide the switch towards you, I believe.
Yeah. Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive.
Mr. McCullough.
My question is, why wasn't all the details that were kind of described as to how you were going to use this money documented somehow in the financial committee's documentation of what money we're saving here? It seems like we heard a rambling of what it was going to be used for. I know from paying my tax bill at the town hall that, you know, their office hours have been reduced, stuff like that, but as the previous speaker said, it seems like it isn't an appropriate time really to be increasing what we approved back in the spring annual town meeting, just because we happen to have a surplus that came up on the through the WRTA.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. There was a question at the very beginning about, anybody want to address that? Mr. Gill? Were you going to answer the question? Or?
Sure. So when the original budgeted cuts were made back at our annual town meeting, we didn't realize there would the new transportation model would create this level of reduction, or else we would have offered this as the reduction at the annual town meeting rather than the 2 administrative assistant positions. I don't know if the departments want to speak to it, but both the health department and the finance department came before the select board and the advisory finance committee to talk about the burden that this has placed upon them this past year and the impact that it has had on the services that they are able to offer. And both the board and the AFC have supported this with a majority. In the case of the select board, it was unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Speaker.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I'm a volunteer and appointed to the Board of Health. And I just wanted to comment about some of the things that have been going on in the Board of Health since we've lost the administrative assistant position that we had. We've had an inability of our department to kind of stay on top of a lot of the paperwork that is needed. They've been out doing inspections. They've been trying to take care of the town as best we can. But when it comes to passing new bills and to keep current with different regulations that are going on, we've actually had instances where we've planned out what we wanted, and as we put that into effect, that some of the sections have been missing just because we don't have time to have somebody doing all of the copy editing and making sure that things are accurate. And that's actually led to confusion in the community, in particular around like cigar sales. And so in order for us to kind of make sure that these things don't happen in the future, we've identified this as something that the cuts that we had were so significant that we're now asking the town to put back that position. And the position was originally 40 hours, and what we've done is asked for 32 hours of that time back. So it's less than what we had before, but we still think that we can actually use this really well. So I thank everyone for listening to me.
Mr. Walsh, just before you go, did you intend to report on whether the Board of Health supports this or not?
We did not take a specific vote on
Okay.
this, but I feel confident in saying that, yes, the Board of Health does support
Okay,
this.
just want to check and make sure. Okay, thank you. Let's see, no one here. This microphone. Do you have a voting device, just so I can see your voter?
Oh, let me get it then.
That's well, no, if you have it, then just have it. Somebody can hold on your behalf. I see it. All right, thank you. All right, just want to make sure. Trying to be consistent here. Name, address, and your remarks, please.
My name is Bob Kristen. I reside at 16 Piccadilly Way. I just have a question as to what created this money there from the Council of Aging salary and wages. Was it raises that weren't given to some of the employees? Or was it positions that weren't filled on time? I just wanted to know what created this money so that it could be transferred to the respective departments that you're showing there.
Gotcha.
Mr. Keough.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sean Keough, 5 Yorkshire Circle. So in Article 2, by creating the revolving fund, we are now able to sort of pull this amount out of the budget for the Council on Aging, and it's captured within that revolving fund, paid for by Worcester Regional Transit Association. And then that then leaves that money available within the Council on Aging salary and wages. So basically, the bus drivers are now paid by Worcester Regional.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the vote? I see no other hands up. In that case, your vote comes on Mr. Keough's motion, which is to make the transfers that are up there. This requires a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting is started. Again, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Keough's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. As I said, voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 225 in favor, 225. We have 86 opposed. The motion carries. That is a unanimous vote. Next on the warrant is Article 4, dealing with a fiscal year 2026 budget item for Norfolk County Agricultural High School. Mr. yes. Yes. What? Did I say it was unanimous? I meant it was a majority vote. Thank you. Glad to see someone listens. Apparently I should have had a nap this afternoon. At least we're not to the days when we used to be watching the Red Sox, unfortunately, during these fall town meetings. Maybe next year. Mr. Silverberg, Article 4.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $47,707 for the purpose of the article as printed in the warrant.
Any more remarks from you, or?
No,
Okay.
no remarks from me.
Ms.
Superintendent Allison Borchers will make
Thank you.
presentation.
Ms. Borcher. Yeah. Ms.
So I want to be clear, this is not a school side article, it's a town article, but just as an educator in town and someone who feels deeply about the importance of public education in all its forms, I said I would be happy to give it a whack at sort of explaining what the article is all about. So this article is to fund tuition for a student to attend the Norfolk County Agricultural High School, otherwise known as the Aggie. And if you're unfamiliar with it, it's a public high school in Walpole, enrolling about 600 students from Norfolk County and another 40 students from counties throughout the state of Massachusetts. It's on about 365 acres, and it has a variety of programs, including animal and marine science, agricultural and diesel mechanics, environmental science, horticultural and plant science, and in many ways functions in another sense like a regular high school. The request is for $47,707 for tuition and transportation to the school. That is for one student whose admission to the school took place after town meeting last year, so unable to be included in town meeting for funding at that point, and it requires a simple majority vote. And here's a little bit about why this is coming due and how non-resident tuition works. Essentially, students who reside in cities and towns like Westborough, who don't have our own programs of this type, are eligible to apply for certain types of programs outside the boundaries of the city here. And that includes places like the Aggie. And there are very specific programs that are allowed by law, including, if you see here, aviation maintenance technology, specialized agricultural and natural resources concentrations. And those are designated by the Commissioner of Education in the state. This is both a law and there's regulations in the Commonwealth as well. Students have to apply to these programs, and then the town provides the funding for the programs. And I wanted to give you information about what the legal citation is here. It's under Chapter 74, Section 7, Admission of Non-Resident Students, and Title 603 of the Code of Regulations. And it basically establishes how the whole thing is supposed to work if a student from this town wants to attend an agricultural school. Westborough already follows this model in a certain sense for Assabet Valley. So, you know, we have kind of a partnership program with the Assabet Valley Technical Regional High School. I got those in the wrong order, and I apologize to my colleagues over there. The way we do that is a little different in the sense that we are a member district, which essentially extends our kind of boundaries. So our students are considered resident applications to Norfolk, or to the Assabet Valley School. This is a little bit different. It's a highly specialized situation. We very rarely see students. In fact, I've been told we don't know of anyone else during school committee members' time here who have applied for this, so we don't think it's going to be a frequent situation. And my assumption from the town side is that it's budgeted the way it is because this is year one of several years of tuition. So it is a raise and appropriate for that reason. I think that's it from me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Borchers. In case you don't know, she didn't say she's the superintendent of schools. She said it's not doing this on behalf of the school department, but just because she knows about education in town. Mr. Caprioli.
Dom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I'd like to get some technical information here. For the $47,707, is that the cost per student? Or if this is the first student, one student, is there an administrative cost besides the tuition cost, and the second student would not cost as much, or would the second student cost another $47,000? Also, and again, to get a grasp of the funding here, what portion of this $47,000 is for transportation? Because I saw it says tuition and transportation. So how much of this money is for transportation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. Anyone have the answers to those questions or approximate answers? They're discussing. While they're discussing, okay, there's one more person who wants to speak over here, but we'll wait to see if we get the answers. Any answer? Or you can just give The closest to the information you have. Ms. Borger.
I'm working off of memory here. I'm going to give you approximate numbers. It's about 37,000 for tuition, about 10,000 for transportation, and the tuition costs would multiply if there were multiple students attending. Transportation is really dependent a little bit on our ability to partner with other districts. So my understanding is we've partnered with a neighboring district so that transportation can kind of come from there, pick up our student here, and take that student to school.
I do have one other question, if I may.
Follow-up, Mr. Caprioli?
Yeah, just technical. Does the town of Westborough have any control over how many students apply? Let's say 100 students apply next year. Will 100 students be funded for that school?
We would have the ability, in the event that it had an extremely adverse impact on the town or transportation costs, to make a different decision in that case, yes.
All right, gentleman at the microphone over here.
Jacob Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle.
Thank you. Mr. Clapp.
Just hypothetically, if this meeting were to vote no, what would happen to the student that is already going to the agricultural school? Hypothetically, if we voted no, would he still be allowed to? Is there funding otherwise available, or is it only this vote?
Thank you. Any answer to that? The question is, what happens to the student if we vote no?
I can answer just a piece of it. Christy Williams, town manager. There's no other funding available, and I think as Superintendent Borcher said earlier, this is very similar to ASABIT, which is an assessment that we receive and has its own budget. So you will see that when you come to annual town meeting, when we're voting on a fiscal 27 budget, there will be a separate budget for this particular school district. So there is no specific other funding. I don't specifically know. I mean, if Westborough was to not pay that bill, I don't know what the students' options would be.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Savoy, can you get up to the back microphone, or would you prefer Scout bring you a mic? Scout, can you bring a mic down here, my left, your right?
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I believe that if the town meeting did not pay this money, it would be deducted from the aid, state aid to the school district, according to Chapter 74, Section 7C. And I would also mention that the district will receive state aid for this particular child as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Seeing no one else, if you're ready for the vote, Mr. Johnson, did you want to speak?
Yes, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. We were just talking with town council, who's sitting next to me here. And similar to what Mr. Savoy said, the way the law is written is that the town shall pay. It's not our choice not to pay, so we would have to figure out the way to pay it. It could be deducted that way. It could come from a reserve fund transfer, whatever, but we are required to pay for the student.
Thank you. Now we're ready for the vote, I think. I don't see anyone else. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. As noted, this is a raise and appropriate, so it's a majority vote. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 226 in favor and 96 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 5 regarding the establishment of a special education reserve fund. Mr. Moskal.
Jakub Moskal, 3 Carolyn Drive. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of General Laws Chapter 40, Section 13E, and further to transfer from overlay surplus and appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Moskal. Any remarks or just over to Ms. Borchers?
Ms. Borchers.
Over to Ms. Borchers again. Thank you.
All right, apparently I forgot to introduce myself last time. I'm Allison Borchers, a superintendent of schools here in this wonderful town that you have. And I am here to talk to you about Article 5 to establish a special education reserve fund for the town. I think every public school district in Massachusetts faces a particular challenge when it comes to funding special education, and that is the challenge of unpredictability in special education costs. These expenses fluctuate dramatically based on very individual needs of students, and that makes accurate budget forecasting very difficult. Here in Westborough, we have fantastic educators, really strong programming, and as a result, we are able to support the overwhelming majority of our students right here in our schools. However, sometimes we do have students whose needs are specialized and simply can't be met within the district. These students qualify for placement in either a collaborative or a private out-of-district special education school. This is called, we talk about it as out-of-district placement. As the second point on this slide highlights, a single out-of-district placement and the need for specialized transportation to and from that school can trigger a very sudden and large expense, often ranging from $70,000, that's the low end of tuition, in a collaborative placement to over $250,000 in tuition only for a private placement or residential placement, and that is per student per year. When these costs come at us in the middle of a year unexpectedly, which can happen, it can create a very dramatic budget shortfall and the need for emergency town meeting action. I do want to emphasize that it's a very important responsibility and something we take seriously in Massachusetts to educate each and every single child in a way that suits them and helps to meet their needs. So I certainly would never want to get up and suggest it's not the right thing to do. It's certainly the right thing to do. The challenge is how to pay for it and maintain a stable budget environment. To help with this problem, the state has created a program called Circuit Breaker. You might have heard folks talking about this in the budget in the past. And Circuit Breaker is helpful, but it doesn't do the whole trick. It essentially creates a partial reimbursement for costs above a certain threshold so that when we have these very high tuition rates or high transportation rates, we actually do get some money back from the state. But it comes with a price, and in the instability of it, as well as the unpredictability of it, can make it hard to plan on and hard to count on when it comes to budgeting. So it's a solution, but not an entire solution. This slide walks through a quick example of how Circuit Breaker works. So if you imagine there's a student who has an out-of-district placement at a school with a tuition of $130,000 per year. There's a state threshold of about $50,000. That was the number in FY23. I think it's up a little bit from there, but $50,000, the amount above $50,000 qualifies for partial reimbursement. So that puts $80,000 into the program. Now, as of a few years ago, 75% was about the rate we would get back. So at the end of the day, the district could get back $60,000 from the state. But notice a few things about the bottom line. First of all, we're still paying $70,000 in tuition, and that can be an unexpected cost. And secondly, we have to pay the entire $130,000 in the year when the tuition happens. So we don't actually get that reimbursement money back until the next year, which creates a difficult shortfall. If you imagine a situation where several of these tuitions happened unexpectedly in a given year, you can have a real issue. And in fact, we have a kind of case study in that. Back in 2022, you may be aware at town meeting there was a vote around a $625,000 shortfall in special education. The projected costs of tuition transportation were well over what was budgeted. It required emergency town meeting action. And a reserve fund could have, depending on the level of the funding, helped mitigate this impact, either providing for some or all of that tuition difference and requiring no extra vote and no extra taxation on the town at that point. So how does it work? The Special Education Reserve Fund is a very specific fund that's created by law. It's designed only for this one purpose, and it's limited. It's capped at 2% of annual net spending. It also has very important oversight. So dual approval is required from the school committee and the select board to expend funds, and a town meeting vote is required every time you put money in. So between these different sort of checks and balances, it actually creates a very helpful resource, but one that's also carefully safeguarded. It's designed so it doesn't become sort of a backdoor way of increasing the budget. It's really, truly for exactly this purpose only. So how do you find money for the fund? That's an open question, and the town can decide to fund it in whatever way makes sense given the current context. One example, many towns who have done this have used Medicaid reimbursement, portions of money that the school actually provides services that are Medicaid reimbursable, services like speech therapy or occupational therapy. Those monies come into the town, and if we were able to pull more of those monies into the town, that would be a source to channel toward a special education reserve. Some grants designated for special education, if they aren't expended in a school year, would allow us to roll over into a reserve fund like this. If, on the off chance, I know you don't believe this is likely to happen, and I understand why, if we had a projected surplus, we could designate it to go into a reserve like this. And then finally, just planning to add a little bit when the time is right, over the arc of time, would allow us to sort of build up a kitty, kind of the way you would save in order to mitigate something in your house. Like if you want to make sure you're protecting your house from a roof accident, you want to set aside money in savings. That's exactly what this is. It's to sort of help save for a rainy day, and it's a highly protected account, so it cannot be touched except for that rainy day. So on the whole, I think this is a really good strategy. You know, my goal with budgeting is to try and create stability and predictability and sustainability. This is a type of mechanism that does just that by insulating us from changes. And I do have to tell you, special education tuition has been increasing at a rate that's alarming over the last few years. It's doing that for good reasons. The schools that are specialized schools are having a hard time hiring. They're struggling with transportation. So there are things that are driving those tuition rates up, just like they are in other places like colleges. But I think this is an important mechanism to keep in place and keep in the back pocket. So I encourage you to give it a good thought before you vote. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to try and address them when they come up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Borchers. Mr. Caprioli.
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. The word strategy struck a note with me. The strategy in the past for the school department relative to the fall town meeting, which we're attending now, was to submit an article requesting funding. And that has occurred on a repetitive basis. Now we're being asked to establish a special education reserve fund, but not just to establish it, but to fund it with $150,000. Okay, so is the strategy now going to be the special education reserve fund will exist, and every fall the school department will come before the town meeting and request funding to be put into the special education reserve fund, or will they put money in the special education reserve fund only in the town meeting in March, so that we don't have a funding request from the school department in the fall town meeting, which is occurring this town meeting and consecutively going backwards? What is the strategy by the school department to control its requesting for money on both town meetings, spring and fall?
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli.
Thank you.
Any response, Ms. Borchers, or anyone else from the schools? Ms. Borchers.
Sure. I mean, I can't speak much to history. We did not have a funding request last fall, which was my first fall here. What I will say is we would not be coming forward for special town meeting action on putting money into the reserve moving forward. This is a sort of one-time request here. In terms of feeding that fund and growing it over time, I think that would be more appropriate for the annual town meeting in the spring. So this is not something you can expect to hear from me in the fall, in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so how do you grow, excuse me, can I speak again? How do you grow it? How do you grow? I mean, you invested in the stock market, or how do you grow it?
It's a good question. As I said, there are a couple different options, and one way that many communities have pursued is through Medicaid reimbursement funding. So as I had mentioned before, the town and the district currently contribute to the town's coffers by putting in for Medicaid reimbursement. And it's a process, but it's a process we think we could invest in doing more of. And if we're able to do that and see more receipts coming in, it would be an appropriate thing to sort of try and sock that away, since it would be essentially new money.
Thank you for the elaboration on strategy.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Mr. Savoy, scouts down here on your right, my left, please. Mr. Savoy.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. The circuit breaker program that the superintendent referred to, looking back over the last 5 or 6 years, there's been an ending balance of anywhere between $1.2 and $1.8 million left over at the end of the year. If there is a problem in funding some of the special ed services, why do we have this ending balance each and every year?
Okay, hang on, we'll see if someone can answer. Ms. Borchers?
As I mentioned, one of the tricky things about circuit breaker is that the money comes in the year after we expend, and so the way circuit breaker actually works is we spend money in, say, FY25, we get the reimbursement in FY26, and then we're able to expend it in FY27. So it's kind of this wave of a process, which makes it actually very hard to budget around. Essentially, the costs that we're incurring in one year are able to be expended 2 years down the road, which is often why it's a kind of, I don't know if you remember Johnny Carson and the prediction, I can't remember the character's name. Thank you very much. So you're in that sort of prediction mode, trying to look into a crystal ball and anticipate what is happening. But those extra funds that Mr. Savoy mentioned are actually intended for the following year. So thank you.
Looks like you're ready for the vote. With that said, when the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, hang on, they reset it? Okay, voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Moskow's motion, which is up here on the screen, to accept the provisions and to transfer from overlay surplus. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. This requires a majority vote. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 252 in favor and 80 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Next on the warrant is Article 6. Ms. Nurse.
Hazel Nurse, 80 Nurse Street. I move to pass over this article.
Ms. Nurse, any remarks?
The simple answer is the town did not get the grant. We have contacted the state to find out why not, but there is less money available this year and there were a lot more applications. We may learn at some point. We'll continue, obviously, to find and apply for any grants for the BWALT project. So please be aware as a public that we work every day to see whether we could find funding for the projects that we have before this town.
That it, Ms. Nurse?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Gentleman in the back. Can you go to that microphone, or do you need that mic? Yeah, that'd be fine.
No problem. David Baumgart, 225 East Main Street, President, Friends of BWALT. Speaking on behalf of support of the AFC and Select Board's decision to pass over the vote this evening. Just a few words about BWALT. I'll be brief. So Friends of BWALT do applaud the town staff and departments for their continuing efforts to make BWALT shared use path a reality for the benefit of our community and region. We were formed to raise community awareness of and support for this shared use path along portions of this historic BWALT. This is for the community to enjoy walking, biking, skating, jogging, and other modes of transportation with eventual connections within Westborough and nearby towns. Friends of Bewalt engagement with the community is growing, with very positive feedback from community participants in neighboring towns. To date, we have conducted 3 public walks along sections of the planned Bewalt, with many more to follow. We've met with Del Webb community residents who are enthusiastic about their section along Section 6 of the proposed Bewalt, which is adjacent to them. We have met with trail committees of Northborough and Berlin regarding potential connectivities to their towns in the future, which could ultimately lead to the Mass Central Rail Trail. We are also planning future meetings with Southborough, Shrewsbury, and Hopkinton Trail Committee members in regards to multi-community connectivity. We also were at the Fisher Street Bridge ribbon cutting ceremony, supporting that important connection within town and to Section 1 of proposed Bewalt as well. While the 2025 Mass Trails Grant application for Bewalt was not approved, we do support and remain in support of the intent of Article 6 for 2026 Mass Trails Grant Cycle. We applaud the town staff for their continued initiatives to apply for crucial grant funding and support like Mass Trails to continue the momentum. In our experience in neighboring community trails, the significant growth of trails across the U.S., we see how multi-use trails bring communities together by connecting the neighborhoods, parks, businesses, and downtowns, making it easier for all people of all ages to enjoy the outdoors, human connectivity, and to their local businesses. We urge continued town support for Bewalt in light of continued positive feedback we continue to receive throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the motion has been made to pass over, which is to take no action. Any other comments, deliberations? Are we ready for the vote? Looks like we're ready for the vote. When the green light goes on, a vote pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Nurse's motion to pass over. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Again, a motion to pass over means the town meeting takes no action on this article, which means there's no transfer of money or anything like that. It just means we're skipping to the next one. Voting is ended. We have 318 in favor. We have 15 opposed. The motion to pass over carries. That is a majority vote. Now go to Article 7, dealing, yes, Mr. Gabrielli, yes? Can you go to the microphone, please? So, quickly, please.
It's just a point of order that caught my attention here. In the past, there has been people opposed to a certain article, and what you recommend is to defeat the article, not to vote for a motion to pass over. What happened differently here?
Yeah, okay, I'll repeat the question. He said typically recently we've been acting to defeat the article rather than to pass over. Defeating the article means that essentially the town is defeating. Passing over is to take no action, and he asked why we were passing over. The reason why I had allowed the motion to pass over is that it still is a legitimate motion. There was no opportunity for the money, and the proponents wanted to just pass it over and take no action. It had no impact on anything other than the strict formality of what the motion was.
It just goes against what you've done in the past.
It seemed to me a judgment call, and I'll consider it more thoroughly next time. Thank you. We now turn our attention to Article 7, dealing with swimming pool repairs and pool pack rooftop unit. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from overlay surplus the sum of $799,675 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Town Manager Kim Foster and Recreation Director Jen Kirkland, who will make a brief presentation on this. But I just wanted to ask folks to listen closely to the presentation that Kim and Jen will give. There's been a lot of questions that have come to the select board A lot of comments made on social media on tax impact. So wanted to be very clear, and they will go over this too, that this article here is a transfer from overlay surplus, so this does not impact your taxes. And as you'll hear in their presentation, the ongoing maintenance and operations will be run as other recreation programs, so they will not impact your tax rate either. But again, I ask you to please pay close attention to their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Foster and Ms. Kirkland.
Good evening. I'm Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager. So just a couple of points. This article refers to repairs to the pool that is at 1500 Union Street. This is our multi-generational community center. The pool is located on the second floor. This is a picture of the pool as it stands today. When the town acquired the building 2 years ago at the fall town meeting voted to acquire it. When the town took possession of the building, we deemed it prudent to have it drained, and this is the state that it has been in. There has been some assessments, and we ultimately went out to bid with a scope of work that we'll talk a little bit more about tonight. The other piece I want to reiterate is this is going to, if it's passed tonight, it will be funded through available funds and will not have an impact on property taxes. Using one-time revenue from the release of overlay surplus for a one-time expense is consistent with our fiscal management practices and policy. So just stepping back, why repair the pool? This is a frequently requested amenity based on a couple of different surveys and projects that the town manager identified in her comments. We know when we completed the senior needs assessment in 2023, there was a desire for additional programming, additional exercise programming, and the pool as an amenity was raised then. We also had work done by the architect who was doing design development for the fit up of the community center. In community engagement and a survey conducted by the architect, a pool was identified as a desired amenity. One of the benefits, this expands programming opportunities for members of the community of all ages. We'll talk a little bit more at the end of this about the plans for programming the space, but through the Recreation Department, we believe we have a pretty strong model to move forward if the repairs are approved. Currently, as you saw in that photo, it is an underutilized space within the community center. It's a pool. If it's not filled with water, it can't be used for anything else at this time. And as I mentioned, we'll touch upon the programming model. In terms of the project cost, the total is the $799,675, and this is broken out into a few parts right here. The most significant cost is related to repairs of the actual pool. The $529,000 is a firm bid price. The town went out to bid this fall. We received 2 bids. This was the responsive bid. The second bid that was received did not comply with state procurement requirements and therefore had to be rejected. I will note this bid is $13,000 less than the bid that we received when we went out to bid in the spring. We have also, I'll get into what that cost covers on the next slide, but we are also building in some contingency in the event that we open up the pool, remove the liner, and find some issues that were not contemplated in the scope of work within the bid document. This would allow for that work to proceed, so the project could proceed. However, if we don't expend all of that money or don't expend a portion of it, that would be returned to free cash at the conclusion of the project. The project also includes the installation of a new rooftop heating and cooling unit. We did move forward in the spring with units for the rest of the building. This rooftop unit is specific to the pool. We did not include that in the spring. The project funded in the spring is largely funded through rebates that we will receive from the utilities. This particular rooftop unit is not eligible for those rebates, and therefore the total cost, the $220,000, is being requested in this project because if it moves forward, we will also need to replace those units. The last item on here, sprinkler repairs. These are sprinkler heads within the pool area. This is a life safety matter, and these would need to be replaced for the space to be open to the public. So looking specifically at what the $529,000 will cover, the most significant expense is the pool tank or the pool itself. It is a 22-foot wide by 75-foot long pool. The liner will be removed, the insulation that exists will be removed, and part of what we will do when we replace that insulation before the new liner goes in, the current depth is a uniform 4-foot depth. It will be reduced to 3 feet 6 inches for half of the pool, and then there will be a gradual slope in the other half of the pool to the 4-foot depth. One of the recommendations for doing this from the architect is this is actually an industry best practice. The 3 feet 6 inch depth is more suitable for exercise classes, aqua aerobics, those types of programs which we would expect to run in the pool. It is also still deep enough for lap swimming. And the one thing I will note, the useful life of these repairs for the pool tank, again, that's the most significant expense, is around 25 years. Notably, this is, it's an indoor pool. It's not subject to the freeze-thaw that an outdoor pool of this size would likely see a reduced lifespan, nor do you have risks of limbs and, tree limbs, those types of things. So that's what gets that such a significantly longer useful life than an outdoor pool. Included in the repairs are also some piping and fittings, as well as pool deck equipment, things like the ladders and the handles for entry and exit from the pool. The next largest piece of the cost is the filtration system. That is improvements and replacement of the pool filters, and that has a useful life of around 20 years for the filtration tank, and then the equipment is about 10 to 15 years. I previously mentioned the HVAC pool pack. That is the rooftop heating and cooling unit. That has an expected useful life of 18 to 20 years. So I just want to touch on the pool operations. The Recreation Department does have history with running programming, aquatics programming. Prior to the pandemic, the beach during the summer was staffed with lifeguards and swim programs. Swimming lessons were offered at the beach. While we acknowledge that the beach hasn't been open with lifeguards since the pandemic, one of the approaches we are taking with this model, instead of having the aquatics programming in-house, we expect to partner with a vendor, go out to bid, seek a vendor who will provide the lifeguards, run the swim classes, and in exchange, the town would receive a monthly fee. Our expectation is that we would ultimately use that fee from the vendor to support the costs of the expenses of running the pool on an ongoing basis. So while we expect that the cost of the repairs will not have a tax impact, so too moving forward would the program expenses be free from tax impact based on the way the current recreation programs work. There would be fees for some of the programs, aquatics classes that might be offered during the daytime, open swim, lap swim, those may be monthly memberships. That detail is yet to be determined, but we believe this is a model that would be beneficial. We would open it up to both Westborough residents, and when there were opportunities to maybe fill in classes, if they weren't filled with residents, similar to the way other recreation programs work, they could be open to non-residents, and those are typically at a slightly higher fee. Okay. So this just is one example of how, as we've talked about this model, how we expect it would work, and what you can see is we've identified chemicals, utilities, and a certified pool operator as the most significant cost to operating the pool. We expect that through a contract with a vendor, we would bring in revenue in excess of those projected monthly costs. So, I think I'm out of time. So, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I'm sure they can provide more detail, but why don't we move into the questions and comments? So let's see, is that Ms. Anderson at the microphone back here?
Yeah, Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I'm in favor of repairing the pool, but I have concerns about what I just heard you say about the idea of having a private vendor administering programs there. My thought originally when I voted for the recreation center and having a town pool was that the programs there would be free to residents or very minimal charge that would be a town amenity. And now it sounds like it's going to be more like a private amenity that we already have a swim and tennis club in town if people have the money to join. If residents have to join to go to this pool, I don't see why we would have it at all. And I'm particularly concerned, about seniors on limited income who wanted to go to lap swim, maybe being priced out, and also specifically about children who need swimming lessons maybe being priced out. And learning to swim is so important. It's not just a recreation thing, it's a safety thing. Every year you hear about people drowning in our ponds around here, and to me, swim lessons should be free to town residents, are very, very inexpensive. Nobody should be priced out of swim lessons. So I have really big concerns about that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Response from either one? Yeah, Ms. Kirkland.
Hi, Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. Very valid concern. While partnering with the contractor, we would anticipate that when we build this contract, we would have safeguards in place to avoid situations that you just described. We certainly don't want anyone to be priced out of swim lessons or any of the programs that we run. Right now in the rec department, we often partner with vendors, and we have conversations with these vendors. They understand that we're a municipal department, that we need to keep registration expenses or fees to the public very low. In the past, Kim talked about Lake Chauncey. When we ran swim lessons at Lake Chauncey, we had to charge a fee then as well. Again, we kept it as minimal as we could, but we did have to charge a fee. And in regards to seniors, it was just another point. We always take into account, when Kim talked about memberships, we're kind of working through that. We would likely have tiers, so a membership for seniors, families, things like that. So things that we would definitely consider and work through as we move through this process.
Thank you. I'll jump over here to...
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Wait.
This lady was standing before I was.
You
Please,
sure?
please recognize her first.
All right, yes. Woman back here?
Hi there. I don't know if I can reach.
You can angle it down if you'd like.
Angle it down,
Yeah.
okay. Jody Fredman, 7 Cook Street. So I actually vote not to pass the pool. The reason is first of all, I would love, it's not free money. This is money that is allocated that we could better use for the senior center or for other allocations. I go to how many people here have been to the community center? Raise your hand. Whenever I go, it is empty upstairs in the rec area department upstairs, at least when I go to the workout classes. I think they're doing a great job, but I do not think there is a huge need for the pool, and we should focus this $800,000 on putting it towards the senior center, getting the senior center costs down in order to do it properly. And I do fundraising, I do renovations, and we've got to get the price down for the senior center, and we really need to relook at that in order to make it happen for the seniors. And not spend $800,000 on a pool that I was told, I think I read today on Facebook, is not even useful for swim team because it's not going to be the right size and length. And now you're saying that we're going to be charging fees to use it. And I just don't think there's a big enough need. Our town, we're very fortunate in this town. A lot of people can afford to go to the Y, can go to the tennis and swim club, and this is a huge expense when we're trying to keep our taxes to a minimum right now. I also think that we really should just look more wisely at our overall expenses, and I would love to know what is going on with the senior center and the overall community building, because I'd love to know. And I know that the rec department does a great job, but I think we need to be smarter with our money. Thanks. Thank you. And I want to know what's going on with the community center overall and the senior center, please.
Mr. Johnson, you want to?
Yeah, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I think as folks know, we put a hold on it on a vote of the select board because of the need to save money for the town for temporary space for the library. So right now, we've decided that instead of renting space to put a temporary library in where library construction was done, that we're utilizing the first floor, which is the intended space for the senior center, that is being used.
That's not why. That's not why.
Excuse me.
I know you
One at a
guys.
That is absolutely 100%.
One at a time. You cannot, excuse me, Mr. Johnson, no interruptions, please.
It is absolutely 100% accurate that that's a thing. If you think that I'm lying, please call me out on it. I am not lying. That was a vote that we said. It is being used. It saved the town considerable money when we voted on the library renovation, that we could, in conjunction with the library trustees, offer that space that we owned to put temporary space in, as opposed to the library going out and renting space for a temporary library while construction was being done. It was our decision to allow for that. It didn't make sense at the time to move forward with spending additional monies to go through that process of outfitting and doing the work on the senior center until the library construction process is moving forward. There is a likely chance that we will be bringing stuff to the March town meeting to begin this process again, because as we all know, the anticipated date for move-in back to the library is coming this fall, so we want to begin moving that. So it is absolutely the intention of the select board to be bringing that back to the town. Please follow our meetings, go back in history and look at the meetings. That has always been our intention. That is the absolute truth.
I didn't say you were lying. I just want to correct myself. I think perhaps there is a misunderstanding here, and I do think that we should really look at the overall community center. My entire neighborhood is complaining about the building and the purchase of the building, and they did not come tonight. A lot of people do not come to the town meeting. I want to help make solutions and find a less expensive option to renovate the building for our seniors. I do this for work, and I think that we are going very high on a very high expense option for the community center, like we were starting out with the library, which I actually tried to help with, and I think we can get it down in price. And that's all I'm asking, and I'm saying let's hold off on the $800,000 and wait, because it's not free money.
Thank you. Mr. Caprioli.
Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I've been in this building, before the town acquired it and after. And I've seen this pool up close and personal, and it's probably the ugliest looking pool I've ever seen. It's really crappy looking. I've got neighbors with better looking backyard pools. But something that's being missed here is how you go from being in the street to being in the pool. Well, there's changing rooms there. There's lockers, and there's various places where you change your clothes. And I don't think anything is being addressed as to that cost of that activity. And there's showers there and all that. That has to occur in order for someone to go from street clothes to swimming trunks. And I think that should be addressed. But I rise mostly in concern for Mr. Johnson's statement and the assistant town manager. One of my joys in life is being able to understand money. And the idea that this doesn't affect your tax rate is absurd. Just because money has been raised in previous tax billings and is in some reserve fund, when you spend that money, you don't have it anymore. So if you need money for something else, you have to raise that money again, and it affects your tax rate. Any money you spend before, after, during, from any fund whatsoever, that is originally sourced by Westborough taxes affects your tax rate before, during, and after any fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caprioli. I'll go to the gentleman over here.
Mr. Moderator?
Oh, yes, we'd like to respond. Sorry.
I just want to clarify, the facility formerly operated as a sports club, and there are actually two changing areas. There is one adjacent to the pool, and then there are separate facilities, locker rooms. So I'm not clear if Mr. Caprioli is not aware that those exist, but they do currently exist, and they are suitable as is. So they would.
I know they exist, and I know they have to be maintained and probably supervised, because funny things happen in changing rooms sometimes.
I'll recognize the gentleman over here.
Yes, my name is Bob Abier. I live at 8 Blossom Court in Westborough. I've been in town, I love this town, by the way, I'm a new resident. I moved in about 12 years ago into a retirement community, and I love it very much. I ran for 40 years an engineering firm helping in productivity. And I've been in that new building numerous times, and why we ever bought it is a whole other story, but for us to consider redoing that pool right now is a disgrace. First of all, overlay money is money that we were taxed for once, and we're going to be taxed for again if we use it for the wrong thing. We just had a terrible discussion on Article 3 where we had two wonderful admin people. Hours being cut because there wasn't any money for $13,000 and $22,000, but we've got $800,000 to pay for a pool that we're not sure is going to get good use. This is terrible. Or we have 5 years of special education that a young lady asked for in Article 5 that would easily pay for out of that money, but everybody's arguing whether we've got money for special education. This is a terrible, terrible place to spend our money right now. We need way more benchmarking and understanding about this. The first thing we need to know is how many towns our size have a recreation building this size. We're going to find out 0. And how many towns our size have a pool? Now, our association and other associations that I've been affiliated with have all looked at putting in pools. The liability is out of sight. The maintenance is out of sight. And to think we're going to be able to fund that with the one person that so you can't run a pool with one person. Also, for the last 4 years, we were not able to run Chauncey Pond because there's a nationwide shortage, and certainly in Massachusetts, a statewide shortage of licensed people to manage pool areas or to manage beaches. We're not going to get these people. This is a bad idea that we need a lot more money on. We need a lot more benchmarking, and we also need to survey how many residents are going to use this pool. This is like this country club we've got. We spend $800,000 a year on the country club, and we have 300 or 400 members. This is absolutely ridiculous, and that's what you're going to get for the pool.
Please conclude your remarks.
300 or 400.
Time's up. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any response, Ms. Kirkland, Ms. Foster?
I just want to clarify, our intent with entering into a contract with a vendor would be to avoid that situation where we're relying on one staff person to staff the pool. We do know that there are vendors out there who do this. The city of Worcester contracts with a vendor to staff its aquatic facilities, including its beaches. Understanding that, yes, we have had a difficult time hiring lifeguards for the beach. What I have been told is that it's very different. The pool of candidates or the interest in lifeguarding at a beach or an open water setting is less attractive to many. It's often young high school age or college students doing this. Their preference is to be in the pool setting. So the whole point of moving to a vendor would be so that we can make sure that we can adequately staff the facility.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Mr. Shafford.
Yes, Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. A couple of things of note. One, that the Finance Committee voted not to recommend this article. Another note is that this is the same article that was originally proposed at the Springtown meeting and was voted to go over or move over. And the reason was that they only got one bid and they thought the bid was too high. We're in the same situation now. We have one bid, and I'm not convinced that the bid's not too high. So I'm not against the pool itself. I think it's a good use, but I think this is way too much money. And I was actually surprised that this was not brought before the Municipal Building Committee for their thoughts and expertise. I'd recommend before it comes back again that that take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shafford. Mr. Linnane.
Bill Linnane. Is it on?
Yeah, just it.
Bill Linnane, 21 Deerfield Way. I was going to call for a point of order earlier, but Mr. Johnson provided excellent information about where we stand. I rise in support of the article. I think Kim and Jen have done an excellent job. I followed when they came to the selectmen to analyze the bids last year, what they've brought to both the select board and to the senior center, explaining what they've done and the different parts of it and what you saw tonight. Overall, I think it's a very good proposal. I know that there are many seniors that want to use the pool, and I think we should consider that. As somebody said, I think it's a great thing that kids learn how to swim. We have too many that don't learn how to swim. And I've analyzed it from a structural standpoint of view with my civil background and from a program standpoint of view as they presented. I hope you support the article.
Thank you. We'll jump to the microphone over here, please.
Jacob Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. I'd like to just stand in opposition to this motion, or to this warrant. If we have a swimming area in town, we have Chauncey Beach, that is only open Monday through Friday until 4 p.m. And on Friday, it closes at noon. We can't manage that. Why would we dump $800,000 into another pool? Take 10% of that $800,000, put it into Chauncey, and let's make that whole. Let's make that work first. And then let's look at doing something different if we so choose. And not to beat the dead horse, but free cash is not free cash. Because when the fire department comes and says, we need a fire engine next year, they're going to raise our taxes. Or we could take this $800,000 and put it towards a fire engine, put it towards the school budget, put it towards any number of things. So I think that we should vote this down personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response? No. Mr. McManus, is that you?
Yes. Joe McManus, 8 Isaac Miller Road. I'm concerned about this. I've been concerned about the building since the beginning. I guess I said to my wife when we first bought it, this is going to be a white elephant that will be an annuity that keeps on taking. And now it's being proven true. I'm concerned that we didn't have, if we had a building inspection, could not a building inspector figure out we got nearly $1 million problem with the pool? I mean, this seems like a preventable problem. And so I'm concerned about that. I was still initially okay with it because I thought it was going to be a municipal pool for the people. But it sounds like now the business model is, let's spend $800,000 to create a business for a private contractor to collect our citizens' money for services using the pool. And, I'm not up for, funding private businesses to do this kind of thing. And I'm not saying never for the pool, but I am thinking, like one of the other speakers, that we're going to have seniors who voted for this building, so they thought they were going to get a senior center, and they're going to be dead before there's any senior center. And it just seems crazy. So I would spend the $800,000 quickly, simply doing something to renovate the first floor for the seniors. And Mr. Johnson, you are right. It was a wonderful idea to put the library there. I would almost leave the library there. It's so good with that use. So I'm sure we could do something very, very simple for the seniors that won't cost, as much money as it's been predicted to cost. So anyways, I think you folks do a great job. I know you've studied it. I appreciate everyone's sentiment, but I think the senior center is a more important priority for me.
Thank you. There was a remark about building inspection. Thank you, Mr. McManus. There was a remark about building inspection. Does anyone want to address that remark?
Actually, can
Ms.
I
Foster?
address
Yeah.
it? It was not a surprise when we acquired the building that we would, it was by design that we intended to drain the pool. We're aware the pool's, it's 20 plus years old at this point. So we understood the time was right to evaluate what type of repairs it needed. It wasn't a surprise. The other thing I just wanted to touch upon is the notion of how the pool might be programmed and how those costs and who would benefit. And the comment was that the vendor would benefit. So this is a sample schedule. This is just intended to illustrate how this model could work. This is not defined at this point. This would be at the point at which we go out to bid for a vendor. All of this would be ironed out then, and this is based on current operation of the facility. This shows, if you look at the bottom portion of the screen, so from 4 to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, and then Saturday morning, this shows that swim lessons would be offered, and this would be the responsibility of the vendor to staff and provide swim lessons, lifeguard training, all of that. So one of the benefits here is we would expect the vendor to help us grow a pool of lifeguards to both ultimately staff this facility as well as the beach. The other section from where it shows up right now, the green and the purple, these would be open swim. We've shown some dedicated time for seniors to use the pool. That could be programming, it could be lap swimming. The idea here is senior exercise programs currently have a small fee, and often the cost of the instructor to provide the program, you divide that by whatever number of participants you have, and it can be anywhere from $5 to $8 a class. And that's the model we would expect to replicate here. We are sensitive to the cost, but we do want to operate as we operate the other programs, given the significant cost of maintaining the pool. So this is just intended to illustrate one model. The other thing we've talked about, Saturday afternoons, there's an opportunity for the recreation department to host birthday parties. So I don't know how many of you have tried to schedule a birthday party for a bunch of 10-year-olds in the recent past, but if we could offer a pool party for a fee that both would cover the cost of the staffing, both the staff for the pool and then other staff that the recreation department may hire, I think it gives the community options that don't currently exist. We've also talked about the ability for the recreation department to do things like a Friday night haunted family swim, or tie it into other holidays or events going on in town. So that's the nature of the programming that we're talking about.
Thank you. All right, I will jump to the microphone over here. Woman in the back, my left, your right.
Karen Nunes, 9 Boardman Street. Hopkinton has 2 Dell EMC parks, and I'm wondering why Westborough can't have an Amazon or a Pulte or Dell Web or some other wealthy donors in the town community pool. We just hired a sustainability coordinator, and I'm wondering if that person could, part of their responsibilities could perhaps be used to seek out some of these other sources of money. I agree with other people that this is not the time to spend this kind of money on a pool. The programming and everything looks great, but maybe in the future, if we can find donors to come up with and name the pool after them, that might be a way of covering the cost for this. But I respectfully submit that this is not the time to vote for this warrant, and I hope if the rest of the residents here do vote positively for it, that perhaps the select board will still consider looking for additional resources to fund this, the pool and or community center or other programs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'll go to the microphone back here. Voting device, name and address, please.
George Hubbard, 5 Green Road. I was just curious about a few things. Okay, sorry. I was wondering if what the difference between the timeline for the start of services for the pool would be if we accepted the bid now versus if we delayed and searched for other bids and then maybe came around it during the next town meeting. What would the expectant opening dates for those two things be for the pool?
So if we don't move forward with the current bid, going through the bid process, it's a very prescribed process. And if we don't move forward at this time with this bidder, we would have to go back out and do we can't kind of shop for bids at this point. So the timeline would be, at this point, if we don't move forward now, it would be a whole new bid process. One of the things in speaking to the architect who has been involved in the design development work for the community center, and particularly the specialist who works with us on the aquatic piece, there are only a few companies in Massachusetts that do the commercial pool work. This is specialized work. It's not the same vendors who do a lot of the backyard pools. This is a small number. And frankly, the two that he reached out to ask, if they were interested in bidding on the project, they identified that their plates are full right now, so they weren't intending to bid. We know that there are certain requirements that have to be met as well. So the bidders that do this work are commercial outfits. It's not something that really lends itself to some of the smaller companies doing.
Thank you. I just have one more thing about costs. Would the payment be for accessing services offered using the pool as a space, or would there be a payment to access the pool? I just feel like that's something I haven't been clear on from the conversation so far.
I'm not sure if I understand your question. So if you had an interest in just using the pool for a program or for lap swimming?
Yeah, if you just wanted to go to there and swim, would you have to pay to access the pool?
At this point, we're contemplating that there would be some fee. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump to the microphone over here, the woman in the maroon shirt, blue jacket.
Hi, Kate Daly, 34 Upton Road. I'm just curious what kind of research you've been able to do to find comparable communities with pools and how they operate them, whether they do this similar contracting out or whether they have their own staff.
It's a mix. There are, as was stated earlier tonight, it is true. There are other communities in the state that have pools, but it's not as commonplace as other facilities that towns typically operate. We have reached out to the other communities that have their own pools. One of the things that we understand is they operate similarly. They generate revenue by effectively renting or leasing the space for a variety of purposes. Some of those pools, if they're Olympic-sized pools, they do lease them out to swim teams, things like that. Our model is really built based on the fact that our pool is not an Olympic-sized pool. While it's suitable for lap swimming, it's more recreational than really formal swim team practices. So again, that's taken into account when we built the program model that we would anticipate moving forward with. But we believe it's feasible and that we could cover the costs.
And just one more, are those towns of similar size to Westborough? Or are they larger, small? I mean, you mentioned Worcester, but obviously that's...
Yeah, Worcester was really, theirs is more focused on their beaches and outdoor pools. Sudbury, there are a number. There are some that are comparably sized. Concord, Lexington.
Ms. Anderson?
Jan Anderson, Chauncey Street. I just wanted to address some of the things that people have been saying prior to my getting up here again. I'm just frustrated because people are saying things like, has a survey been done to show that people will use the pool? And you specifically addressed there have been surveys done, and having a pool in town is high priority for a majority of residents. And people have been saying that we don't even need the community center, but the community center was approved by town meeting by a majority vote. So a majority of us do want a community center and do want a pool. And I'm frustrated that people are still getting up here and speaking against it as though that's even a question that's already been decided. And now we've got the community center, we've got the opportunity to open the pool. Let's move forward and keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Gentleman at the mic, my left, your right.
Daniel Schur, 26 Haskell Street. I think just to counter a few things from Mrs. Anderson, first of all, we did not know all the costs. I don't think that it was known that it was going to be a fee-based program, and costs keep on creeping up. So I added up everything that we've approved so far, and if we approve the $800,000, we're about $12.5 million in this building that has a lot of other work to be done. If we take just the cost of the building, so just the CapEx, adding no insurance costs, adding no salary, adding no heat and utilities, that 12.5 million divided by the price of a membership at the YMCA would net 745 memberships for 20 years. And I think that's what people have to think about. We aren't in a place where we're not near any facilities. We have a facility at Westborough Swim and Tennis, and we have a facility at the YMCA. The town is getting into a business to compete against private businesses, and we should have a full 20-year cost plan for this, not every single town meeting adding another thing.
Thank you. Mr. Hart?
Steve Hart, 22 Brewer Drive. Firstly, if I may, a question. In the time that the rec centre has been in the building, have your targets, your objectives in terms of participation been met or exceeded?
Yep, we have a slide. And just while we're pulling that up, just a note about expenses to use the pool. In our research, it's typical. Every community that I spoke with that has a pool charge some type of fee. There are expenses with running a pool, chemicals, things that need to happen in a pool, so that is why we would need to charge a fee. But to your point, here's a slide. These are just the new programs and activities that we've been able to add since we've acquired the community center. Prior to having the community center, our programming was limited to weekdays after 6 p.m. Now we are able to program all day. I will be transparent that the building is not full every day, all day. We're working towards that. But if you can see here, we offer free open play pickleball almost all day, open gym for youth and adult, playtime for toddlers during the day, which we offer even once a month, a free kind of special activity. We just had a pumpkin painting party that had about 20 kids there, adult dodgeball. We've added a Tuesday night social and adaptive program for adults with disabilities. We have open table tennis that is free for the public to come in and use. We balance a lot of these programs there is a fee to come and do some of these things. We also have a balance of things that are free. Our summer playground program, there was a lot happening at the schools this summer. That's usually where we hold our summer playground program. We wouldn't have been able to run the program. They had construction going on that wasn't safe for us to operate there. We were able to operate out of the building. There was no school Tuesday, Monday. We had 44 kids that were able to come in and have a camp-like experience in our building. We were able to hold rec basketball there. A lot of the senior center programs that before had to share space with, I was at the senior center today for bagels with the board. We were behind a curtain while pool was going on and we were trying to have a meeting. Before, that's where, gentle yoga was taking place, behind a curtain while pool is trying to go on. Now they have their own dedicated space in a fitness center. We have moved at least 5 of their programs over to our facility. So we have done a lot in the past year with the building, and I think that we are headed in the right direction. The pool is just another amenity that we can offer the community. While we've never had a community pool in this town, we have done, 10 years that I've been here, I think a remarkable job in programming. We're pros at programming and being able to self-sustain these programs. All of these programs that you're seeing on this screen and on our website are self-sustaining. We don't come here and ask for any money for rec basketball and things like that. That is our plan moving forward with the pool. This initial upfront cost of $800,000 is to repair the pool, but moving forward, our plan is to have a self-sustaining program.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Moderator, I stand here in favor, somewhat reluctantly, but as others have said, many of us were here in this very space and voted for the community centre. We have skin in the game. It's an asset. My view is we now have to sweat that asset, and if that's going to cost me a thick end of $800,000, so be it, but let's get it moving so that the community and even some of the seniors, and many of the seniors, can use the damn thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize the woman in the maroon sweater.
Should I wave my...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you just aim the microphone down so we can hear you, please.
Diane Collins, 218 West Main Street. I am Chair of the Council on Aging. And at yesterday's Council on Aging meeting, we voted by majority in favor of this article. Your vote to come. Your vote in support of Article 7 will allow numerous programs and events that have been put on hold for too long and can now move forward, and maybe even inspire Olympic dreams along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I just want to raise an issue that I brought up way back when we were contemplating the purchase of the building. And all the ramifications to having to repair the pool. I was a member of Boston Sports Club before they had to close down because they basically went bankrupt. But during that time, I would be swimming laps up there in the pool with no problem whatsoever as far as the condition of the pool, the filtration. Occasionally they would have a little issue with not properly maintaining chlorine levels and stuff, and I think actually the town public health department kind of got after them as far as some of the issues on that. But I never had, there was 3 lanes that could be set up for dividing the pool up, and 2 people could swim in each lane for doing laps. And it was very rare that I didn't have my own lane to swim laps in. I'd swim a mile, mile and a quarter, take 45 minutes, no problem. The pool had no issues, yet the minute Westborough decided to purchase that building, all of a sudden now there's all kinds of issues with that pool. I don't know who you spoke to as far as what the needs were on getting all these repairs done to the pool there, but as far as now, I could imagine after 2 years of sitting idle since we bought the building, I'm sure there's fittings, pipe fittings, and gaskets and piping that need to be repaired or replaced because of corrosive activity, rusting, and what have you. But there should be really no need to be changing the depth of the pool at all. There was basically, it would go from 3 foot, I believe, down to 4 feet, 3'6" at the other end of the pool. And to be looking at changing the elevation of the pool by 1 foot, I think you're talking.
Please conclude your remarks, Mr.
It's a
McCullough.
huge expense that you're looking at for a pool that could be put back in service with probably, I would imagine you could probably get it back in service.
Your time's up, okay? Thank you.
For
Mr.
less than
McCullough, your time's
100.
up, thank you.
100,000.
Before the DPW director addresses the state of the pool, I do just want to correct. So the pool right now is a uniform 4 feet deep. The proposal is to basically half of the pool to reduce the depth to 3 feet 6 inches. The work that needs to be done, the liner needs to be removed, and right now it's 1 inch of insulation that has to be removed from the pool. That would then need to be replaced. So what we're proposing is for half of the pool, that would be replaced with it's basically the way it's been described, a hard plastic-like foam that would be 6 inches rather than 1 inch. The project cost is $529,000. The bidder is carrying $20,000 to do that replacement. And even if we did not change the depth of the pool, that current foam lining needs to be removed and replaced. So you would not save $20,000 by not changing the depth. So the current depth of the pool is 4 feet, and it's a uniform depth.
Mr. Payne.
Chris Payne, Director of Public Works. Just speaking to the comments about the condition of the pool, When the pool was purchased, or when the building was purchased, we did our due diligence and condition assessments and the like. That's all published. What we highlighted then and what was highlighted previously tonight is the fact that most of the assets in that pool are at the end of their life cycle. And so it didn't seem to make sense to invest in opening the pool and then have to shut it down at some point soon afterwards to redo all the things we're talking about tonight. So the recommendation was that if we're going to open the pool, let's open it in a condition that's going to last for a long time and not try and take advantage of the end of the life cycle as it is now.
No, I understand, and that's a good point, but I believe that before the town actually purchased that building, like was discussed by another speaker, is there should have been an inspection done, a total assessment of what it was going to cost to rehab the building, and basically told Mr. Grossman that you paid him $8 million for the building. You should have said, well, here's the repairs we need. Replace all these rooftop units that are 20 years old and are past their basic useful life. They all had to be replaced. Now you're looking at totally replacing the pool. The only thing is you bought a shell of a building. That's all we got out of it. They probably should have, like was brought up at the time, we shouldn't have paid more than about $6 million for the building.
All right. I'll point out we've been at this for about 50 minutes. There are still a few people wishing to speak. I'll recognize the gentleman here.
John Metzger, 200 Road. I want to get a little clarification on sort of the operating costs and the ongoing costs versus revenue. I know you spent there. I think you, if I remember correctly, you said you thought you would generate a surplus each year. Could you explain more where the revenue is coming from, what kind of usage?
Sure.
Versus, and what all the various components of the expenses are? And also, since the operation appears to have about a 20-year lifespan, if you're going to operate it at a true profit, you probably want to be able to set aside enough money each year to be able to fund it, the renovations 20 years from now to keep going. So 800,000 divided by 20 is 40,000 without adjusting for inflation. Have you done a business case that really looks at that carefully and has been vetted by people asking tough questions?
Let me start with the revenue and the expenses, what we've identified and what we're looking at. And then there are some constraints if we operate this. It's not at this time an enterprise fund where you can establish and have those retained earnings, but let me talk about what we expect to cover with the model we're looking at. So some of this information is provided by the prior operator of the pool. So while the pool has not been in operation since we acquired the building, we were able to have conversations with the prior operator. They were very willing to share the information. So based on what their experience was working with our architect and looking at expected costs today, we anticipate that the most significant cost of operating the pool are the chemicals to maintain the safety of the water, utility cost, which is electricity and heat, as well as one of the more significant pieces is the requirement to have a certified pool operator, and that's the individual who is qualified to administer the chemicals and does the daily testing of the water, keeps a log of all of that. So those are the most significant expenses, separate from the lifeguards and the staff. That I'm going to talk about that in a moment. So our expectation is if we move forward with a model where we contract with a vendor to provide programming, if you remember specifically the swim lessons, lifeguard training, that programming, they would have use of the pool for a certain number of hours during the day, during the week to run their programming. In exchange for that access, they would pay us a monthly fee. Our expectation is that that monthly fee would cover these costs. Then if we move forward to, I want to just go back to this. So that's those light blue, kind of gray appearing boxes, that's when that vendor would have access to the pool. That's what we would be for. The rest of the time, where we have the green and the purple, that would be time when the pool is programmed by the recreation department. And for instance, if there's a senior aquatics class, the vendor would provide an instructor at cost, and then individuals would sign up like they do for other recreation programs for that program for a fee, and we would look to cover the cost of the instructor, which is similar to how we operate other recreation programs. So the idea here is that those costs will be variable. If the pool is going to be occupied for a birthday party on a Saturday, we would figure out the cost of staffing it with a lifeguard, and we potentially have other recreation staff there. And then similar to the way the rec programs work now, we build around that. And there usually is some additional money that's taken in, as Jen mentioned, then that is used to offset other costs. So the idea here would be some of the basic maintenance would be covered through these fees, both the contract fee as well as the other use fees. And these costs are variable. If you've got heavily used, if the pool is heavily used, you may need more chemicals. If you have a period of time when it's not in use, you don't need as many chemicals. So that's what this is built off of. And just to reiterate, this was working with the prior vendor so they could share their experience in operating that pool for a number of years.
Can you tell me a little bit about how much usage you need to have minimally to run this? Like how many people need to use it per day, per week, or fees? Are we talking about 10, 100, 2,000? I have no idea how busy it has to be viable.
So the way the schedule is worked, if we don't, the way the contract would be with the vendor, we would identify the timeframes that we need them to staff it with lifeguards. And so again, if what you could consider almost the fixed costs, the utilities, the chemicals, if we're getting monthly revenue from the vendor for their use for swim lessons, that will cover those costs. The rest is really depending on what the need is. We would effectively say we need lifeguards for 3 hours on Monday. We need lifeguards for 5 hours on Monday. And then it's really based on the demand, how they staff it. And the idea is that similar to the way certain programs work right now, if an aquatics instructor had a certain fee per hour and we knew that he or she could have 10 people in the class, we figure out the cost, and sometimes programs don't run if you don't have enough individuals sign up. That works right now both with recreation programs, with some programming at the senior center. The other piece to this is when we have a program that's not full, we can then advertise and allow individuals from other communities to enroll in the program. And similar to the way it works with other recreation programs, those are higher fees for folks who live outside of town.
So by using a vendor, the vendor wouldn't really sign up to do this unless they were confident they could get enough usage to get enough fees so they could run at a profit. So my question really is, will any vendor realistically do this?
Yeah.
How much do you think our catchment area would have enough activity?
There are vendors out.
What data do you have to support that? Not guesses, but do you have a vendor that said, if I get this much, I can do it?
Yes, we do. We have to put this out to bid, so we can't commit to a vendor until we go through that process.
But you're pretty
we do
convinced
know
there are
that there
such
is a
vendors.
vendor. And they operate as a nonprofit, and their interest is in not having to maintain the pools themselves, so they're happy to pay other entities for exclusive use of their pool to run their programs.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I rise in support of this article. I realize people are here complaining about why did we buy the building in the first place. But we did. It was 2/3 vote of town meeting that voted to buy the building. We have a workable model for this pool. I don't want to be back here in 5 years asking you for even more money for this pool. We have an overlay surplus right now Next time it might be raise and appropriate. It might be part of a borrowing. It could end up costing us a lot more. We've had 2 bids now come in at virtually the same number. If we go back to the drawing board on this, I realize how urgent it is to get the senior center open. I'm looking at the end picture of this and the vision for this building, and I heard some person say we've spent $12 million. But had we started from scratch to try and build a building like this is going to be, it could have cost us $60, $70 million, and we're probably going to end up spending less than half of that to have a beautiful community center that will benefit everybody in town. There'll be programming that everyone can use. I urge you to look at the end product and realize that we have to have a step-by-step process to get there, and this is one of those steps. So please consider voting for this.
All right, I think I've been remiss in looking for I think before I recognize this last gentleman, did I see, yes, is that Mr. McMahon? Up, Scouts over here, please. I hadn't had a roving mic in a while. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, wait for the microphone, please.
Gene McMahon, 227 Flanders Road. I move the question.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. McMahon has moved the question. The purpose of that is to terminate debate. I want to mention that there were a few people waiting to speak. The motion to terminate debate is not debatable itself. It requires a 2/3 vote. So our next vote is going to be simply on terminating debate, not whether we're in favor or against the pool, but it's whether we want to keep talking about the pool. So when the green light goes on, voting will begin. Terminating debate requires a 2/3 vote. If the vote is 2/3, we will go directly to a vote on the main motion. If the vote fails, we'll continue deliberation. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 290 in favor, and 40 opposed. Debate is terminated. What that means is we now go directly to action on Mr. Johnson's original motion, which was to transfer and appropriate from overlay surplus the sum up there for the purposes as stated in the warrant. So now when the light goes on, we're voting on Mr. Johnson's motion, this motion here. Whenever they've reset the system, voting is begun. This is a vote on Mr. Johnson's motion to transfer and appropriate the money. Voting is begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 132 in favor, 132. We have 205 opposed. The motion fails. Thank you. Next on the warrant is Article 8. While we get ready for that, just wanted to address, some people leaving, you're welcome to stay, but thank you for coming. I wanted to address Mr. Caprioli's question because he sort of caught me off guard and I missed the main point. He had asked earlier, why did I allow the motion to pass over rather than the motion to defeat? And I realized that what I forgot to say was the proponents of the article originally with the motion was going to be to transfer some amount of money for the B-Wall Trail. They did not want to go forward with requesting that money since the town did not get the grant, and since so there wasn't anyone who wanted to make a motion in favor of the money, there wouldn't have been a motion to defeat, and so their only option really was to pass over. So that was the rationale. So thanks for it caught me off guard. I forgot about that part. We now move to Article 8, dealing with a 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. Mr. Moderator, should I hold until?
Just wait just a couple seconds. Please be quiet on your way out. Please speak out in the lobby, and please return your voting devices. Okay, I think it's probably okay now, Mr. Welch.
I move that the town of Westborough, the town vote to transfer from Westborough's Spirit Committee gift account the sum of $32,212.45 to the 250th In 2013, the Select Board established a 300th Anniversary Committee. The committee raised funds and held events for the purpose of celebrating Westborough's 300th anniversary in 2017. In March 2018, under Article 40 of the annual town meeting, the town voted to transfer the remaining balance in the 300th Anniversary Committee gift account to the Westborough Spirit Committee gift account for the purpose of organizing and leading an annual event. The Select Board has been unable to fill vacancies on the 7-member Westborough Spirit Committee, with only one person currently serving. The state has encouraged communities and other organizations to participate in the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution by organizing events throughout the Commonwealth. Approval of this article will transfer funds into the new 250th American Revolutionary Anniversary Committee gift account to be used by the new committee to fund related events in Westborough. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Comments, questions, deliberations? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Welch's motion. It requires a majority vote when the green light goes on. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 223 in favor and 35 opposed. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 9, dealing with a transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust. Mr. Edinburgh.
Good evening, Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street, serving as chair of the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from the Stabilization Fund for mitigation the sum of $203,071 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Edinburgh.
I have a presentation. If people have any questions, this is a recurring regular payment of mitigation funds from the Pulte development from the original special permit back in 2018. So if anyone
Do
wants
people need to see the presentation, or are they ready to go? I think people seem to be ready to go. Is that okay with you, Mr. Edinburgh?
Yes.
Is it okay with him? All right. In that case, once they've reset the system, when the green light goes on, voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Edinburgh's motion to transfer and appropriate the amount of money he stated from the stabilization fund mitigation. As I said, voting has begun. The motion was to the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust. That's where the transfer goes to. Voting has ended. We have 211 in favor and 34 opposed. The motion carries. Next, we have Article 12, dealing with a home rule petition, the warrant article posted by the Select Board. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Keogh.
Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Remarks?
Per state statute, petitions may be submitted to place articles on a town meeting warrant accompanied by the special town meeting. The petition is required to be signed by 100 registered voters. For an annual town meeting, the petition is required to only be signed by 10 registered voters. Recently, concerns have been expressed about the low signature requirement for annual town meeting petitions. Through this article, the Select Board is proposing a change that increases the number of signatures required to place an article on the annual town meeting warrant. The board held a public meeting on September 17th of this year to receive feedback from residents on the proposed increase from 10 to 50 signatures. Approval of this article would authorize the Select Board to petition the legislature for approval of a charter amendment that would increase the number of signatures required for a petition to place an article on the annual town meeting warrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Oh, Mr. Caprioli, do you want to speak about the article?
I want to speak in opposition. I'd like to claim the 10 minutes to speak in opposition.
Well, no, for the 10 minutes, the rule's always been you have to tell me ahead of time. Mr. Keogh kept his remarks brief. I'll give you 2.5 minutes as a regular speech.
But it says
And speak to the microphone, please. You have 2.5 minutes. You may make your remarks. Yeah.
It says 10 minutes in the book.
It says if you inform me ahead of time. You haven't informed me ahead of time. Yes, Ms. Edinburgh? Wait. Yes, Ms. Edinburgh. Well, here's the question about that. Admittedly, you're right. I tried that. I came to the conclusion it was very hard to, there's no special designation. I never made any announcement, but I think we're all adults to know when someone is speaking on behalf of a town department, and so I will now relax that, although I will acknowledge I did do that a couple of years ago, but it seemed unnecessary enforcement, and I think we're all adults and people introduce themselves whether they're a town department or not, but thanks for mentioning that.
I'd like to speak in opposition. I'm an opponent. I'm an opponent here.
Yes, and I'm going to give you 2.5 minutes.
Make an opposition presentation,
Yes,
please.
yes, 2.5 minutes. You may speak.
I'd like to clarify
Speak into the microphone, please.
Excuse me, Tom Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. I'd like to clarify my position here. I've never submitted a petition, and every time somebody's asked me to sign one, when I read it, I tell them, you're wasting your time. This isn't going to gather support at town meeting. These petitions are really not legislation. They are primarily discussions, and sometimes people don't like what's being discussed, but I have a response to that, and I usually speak extemporaneously, but I wanted to get this exactly right, so I looked it up before I came to the meeting here. And there's a French philosopher named Voltaire who is credited with a saying that he really didn't make. It was made by a woman named Evelyn Beatrice Hall. I may disagree with what you say, but I shall defend to the death your right to say it. This quote, now that's the end of the saying here, and I hope everybody's familiar with Voltaire and the quality of that saying. This quote encapsulates the principles of freedom of speech and tolerance and open discourse. Now, the town wisdom and caring for the community's operations did not come up with this request to the legislature to change the number of signatures for annual town meeting article petition out of just, they had a stroke of brilliance. They did this, I believe, in response to what has occurred at the last 2 annual town meetings, where there was some kind of discomfort with some of the articles that occurred at the end of the town meeting that the town moderator just provided a little bit of time to go back and forth, and none of them passed. So this...
I'll remind people the red doesn't mean he has to stop. It means he has 30 seconds left.
Excuse me. This problem has left our community. It no longer exists. I am sure of that 100%. And there's no reason for this retaliation, this change to the town of Westborough's 10 signature requirement, which exists in every other community except maybe Weston. Every other community can handle this. Every other community can give people the opportunity to access freedom of speech by petition. They can all handle this. Westborough can handle it. If Westborough can't handle it, it's a negative about Westborough. This isn't about me, it's about you.
Mr. Caprioli, you're going to stop now. After I let other people speak, you can use your second time, and I will point out that the bullet above the bullet you were reading to actually has in bold, it says, with advance notice to the moderator, one or more voters who are opponents of an article may give permission. That's why I didn't give you 10 minutes, so thank you. Well, next time you can contact me. Gentleman back here, name and address, please.
Does Mr. Keogh have a statement first, or?
Did you want to speak next, or do you want?
I would just say.
Thank you.
Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. The impetus for this article was really the response we received from residents in town, who came to us directly and emailed us directly that they were interested in taking action on this topic. And, we had a public hearing, which only the majority, the vast majority of residents at that also were proponents of this article, and so that's what brought it, why we brought it forward at this town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Yes, now, sir.
Hi, I'm Matt Katz. I'm from 3500s Road. I actually have a question for you, Mr. Moderator. If it says "or other number as the town may see fit," could I actually propose instead 100 votes as it would be at the other meeting, or I guess this meeting?
Yes, I mean, the language of an amendment, we could put that in play and people can talk about that, as well as just the 50 that is in the warrant. So would you like to make an amendment?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to propose an amendment to make it 100 at both town meetings.
Okay. Well, by law, first of all, we can't, it's not in scope to take action on this for the special town meeting, but the special town meeting already is 100. So you are proposing an amendment that would essentially strike out the places where it mentions 50 and to replace that with 100.
Correct.
Okay. Let me just make a note of that. So I will now allow debate. I will just make a few comments about that. I'll allow debate on both numbers, whether people are in favor of one number or the other. Hang on. And then I will say that we have a bylaw that says when things like time or numbers vary only, that's the only change. We start at the higher number and go lower. So I'll explain that when we vote. But would you like to make a case now before we have more discussion about why you think 100 is the correct number?
Yes, please. Overall, I think that part of the problem is that people would rather this meeting not take so long. And overall, if we could find ways to reduce the number of articles or bring them to a referendum instead, it would be better for the town. And so raising the threshold by which it would take to get an article onto the meeting would be appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keough, since you're the proponents, would you like to respond to that amendment?
Thank you. Yes, Sean Keough, 5 Yorkshire Circle. Yes, we included that language specifically to allow debate and potential other alternatives from the town so that the town could come to a conclusion on, in aggregate, what they believed, or majority, what they believed the right number to be. And so, thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, so as I said, at this point, we'll entertain people who are for or against the motion at large, and I'll allow people to talk about why they, either that they don't like this article at all, or if they prefer 50 or 100. I'll pop over to this article. Is that Mr. Koenigsberg?
Yes, Andrew Koenigsberg, 3 Smith Street. I am in favor of this article. Regarding whether or not this is a free speech issue, I would argue it is not a issue about free speech. If somebody wants to advocate for a Tiny Baby Award or removing LGBTQ iconography from our schools, they're welcome to get a milk crate, stand up at the Rotary and shout into the wind as much as they want, or post on Facebook and so on and so forth. Town meeting is for, in my mind, serious legislative issues. And if someone wants to bring a serious legislative issue before town meeting, they should be able, or a group of people, to bring forth such an issue, put it on the warrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koenigsberg. I'll pop over to here now. Yes, sir.
Robert Gilmore, 35 Water Street. Mr. Moderator, if I speak solely to the proposed amendment, can I then also speak on the main motion when the time comes?
Every voter can speak twice, so if you can glom all that into 2.5 minutes, it'll count once. If you want to do it as 2.5 minute stints, if and when I get back to you, you can do it then.
I'll do it all in one shot. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Mhm.
So first of all, I'm opposed. In principle, I love the idea of raising it to 100, but I know that when a home rule petition raising another town's limit to 50 was approved, and so while I do not want to make assumptions about what the state legislature is going to do, I would rather be safe than sorry. So I would rather just stick to the 50, call it good, take what we can get. It's a probable win. On the second issue, the motion altogether, I approve, because I do take what comes to this body, and we're going to be talking about this in future motions, future warrant articles. I take what comes to this body very seriously, or let me say, I would like to take what comes to this body very seriously. And so I'd love to see the bar raised a little bit so that we can have, we know that the things that are coming here are worth speaking about. I'll talk more in future motions. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. We'll jump over here to this microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kevin Barry, 8 Indian Pond Road. I just want to speak, I believe, in agreement with Mr. Caprioli, and I think what Mr. Savoy, hopefully he'll speak up as well. I think, isn't this the case that, speaking in numbers, there's 260 towns in the state of Massachusetts that follow open town meeting. Why is Westborough going to be one of a second town to adjust the charter for this? This seems to be a knee-jerk reaction to maybe some frivolous things, but in the eye of the beholder. Bottom line was, I was present at both of those meetings. At the last meeting where this came about, there were 225 people voted. That was the average of some of those citizens' petitions. Obviously, it was, you can feel the temperature of the room. They were going to vote to deny the citizens' petitions. So it was over a 90% agreement in that room. I think there was more time spent on people reading into those petitions and speaking up and saying the same thing over and over again, as opposed to taking a step back and looking in common sense or reasonable atmosphere where this is kind of censorship. This was set up for a reason by the creators of this. Who are we to change that now? Yes, maybe some things are frivolous, maybe time-wise, but the same token is you should have that. What if it's the case that there's somebody that just moved into town, doesn't have a lot of friends, idea that makes sense for this town, but they can't accomplish that 50 signatures. Maybe it's 10 they can get reasonably, and it's a great idea that's going to work for this town, but they get squelched because they feel intimidated they can't do it. So just kind of keep that into reasonable terms, if you don't mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Cohn, sorry, Mr. Silverberg, did you want to respond?
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. So I originally wanted a higher threshold, and I guess I'm speaking against the amendment and in favor of the original motion. I originally wanted a higher threshold. I wanted it to be 1% of the voters, because I thought a percentage would stand up the test of time as our population grows. And I also felt, having just gone through the election process, that where I had to get 50 signatures to get on the ballot, it was kind of easy. So I didn't think it was a onerous task at all, given that there's 14,000 registered voters in this town. I don't think 50 is that big a number relative to the overall number. But I do want it to get through the legislature, and that was my concern. Going to a higher threshold might get held up by the General Assembly, and we would end up back with the 10 number, the number 10, which I just think is too low. So please vote for the original motion.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Back here.
Joe McManus, 8 Isaac Miller Road. I'd like to speak in favor of the 50 number and say thank you for this warrant article. For me, it's not against free speech. I'm imagining that the number 10 was probably what was put in place when there was like 3 or 4 or 5,000 residents in the town, and now we're much larger than that. I think 10 is a trivial number, hundreds, and I just feel like, and I've believed this for years, not just because of the past 2 meetings. I just think it's very reasonable, and I would just like to go with the 50 number. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Caprioli.
Caprioli, Crown Ridge Road. Let me sort of inform the group into my thinking. When you communicate with someone, there's 2 elements of the communication. One is content and one is optics. Now, the content here seems reasonable, no doubt, but the optics are horrible. They are disgusting. They are prejudicial. They are uninclusive down because everybody else can manage with 10 votes, but some reason Westborough can't manage. That is ridiculous. We can manage with 10 signatures. We can manage with 10 signatures. And if this was such a problem, why did the select board, in its wisdom and familiarity, whatever it is, inform the community where this stimulus moved to about the need to retaliation that is ridiculous. I realize people were uncomfortable, and I think that they should not be uncomfortable. And this is what I would suggest. If you would just give me a second. Just pass over this now, put it on the annual town meeting, see what comes up. This goes along with the Reagan philosophy of trust but verify. Let's see what comes up with the annual town meeting and have this article in there, not as a warning, concern. And if the concern is manifests itself in the annual town meeting, then pass the article. But if the concern is no longer there, the response is, thank you, Jesus, not this legislation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I have a quote from Voltaire also, Mr. Caprioli. and the quote is, common sense is not that common. All right, Dominic. I support the 50 number. I think it's reasonable. It's what we use for any elected office, and I think that something brought before this town meeting, a number of 50 is very, very reasonable to get. So I support the 50 number. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. Did I see an arm up? Mr. Savoy. Thank you.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I was one of those people at the select board meeting, a hearing, to voice opposition to this change. Generally speaking, one person's frivolous suggestion is another person's serious suggestion. This would have certainly a dampening effect on free speech, on the feeling of Westborough voters to participate in the decision-making of the town. I had a question also with regards to the process here, the home rule petition. My understanding is that home rule petition cannot change or do have laws on the books that prescribe 10 signatures for a warrant article. Could I have an answer on that particular question? Is that?
I'll see if anyone can. Anyone like to answer that? We'll see. Town council want to have a go at that?
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Roger Smaridge from KP Law. A special act can affect a change, particularly with respect to a charter that deviates from the general laws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just a second, making some notes here. I'll hop back here, I guess. Yes, sir.
West Church, 1 Baldwin Court. I stand in favor of the 50 signature article as proposed. As someone said earlier, this is in no way an infringement on free speech. The Rotary is open. You can get up and say whatever you wish. Hours of town meeting time have been wasted recently over articles that, as was pointed out, were overwhelmingly defeated. They should not even been brought to the town. So 100 would have been better, but I agree with getting it through the legislature. It's a step. And as far as Hopkinton, well, let's see if they don't come around to starting to raise their number of signatures too.
Thank you. Over to this gentleman in the orange t-shirt, please.
George Hubbard, 5 Green Road. I wanted to speak in favor of the 50-person motion and in opposition to the 100-person motion. I feel like with the 50 already being a number used to get people onto the ballot, I feel like it's already a reasonable number. And as someone else had commented earlier, there's 15,000 registered voters in Westborough. And with 10 people, I can make 10 people up with my friends who are all over 18, and I could fill a town meeting with petitions. And I feel like that's not necessarily the best way to go about it. I feel like it's more of a number that should be counted in terms of neighborhoods rather than friend groups. And so I feel 50 is a more reasonable number. There's already a precedent for using it, and it's not necessarily going to infringe on your free speech. It's just what the limit is the baseline to get a motion into the legislative process of our town. And 10 people is just far too few people for a town with 15,000 registered voters.
Thank you. Microphone back here.
Rachel Radin, Flanders Road. My understanding of the town laws on order of voting is that bigger numbers only apply in matters of money and time, but not whatever this is.
Yeah, I agree. It does say it matters of money, but I still think the easiest way to accommodate this vote rather than confusing the voters will be, I'm going to take the spirit of that and apply it in this case, because rather than having voting on amendments and down and explaining that, I'm going to try using the vote for 100, see how it goes, vote for 50.
Yeah.
But thank you for pointing that out. Thanks. Ms. Anderson, is that you over at that microphone now?
Yeah, Janet Anderson, Johnsey Street. I move the question.
Okay, Ms. Anderson has moved the question. As we learned before, the purpose of that is to terminate debate. We've heard a number of people against the idea of 50, and as I just answered the previous question, although the bylaw does require me to do the method of voting when it's money, I think the spirit of that bylaw is when the only difference is in a number to work from the highest, most sort of most egregious case and work our way down. But first we have to decide whether to keep debating or not. So when the light goes on, we're just going to vote on stopping debate, not on the idea in general. So this is just if you want to keep debating this article. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote to terminate debate. Pressing 2 is to continue debate, if anyone wants to continue. Voting is ended. We have 250 in favor and 12 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Voting is ended. As I said, I'm going to handle this in the spirit of our bylaw about money, since in this case, sort of signatures is money in the most restrictive or the highest cost case. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a series of votes, and if they all require a majority vote. So what we're going to do next is, once the system is clear, we're going to vote on the amended number, which is 100 rather than 50. So if you are in favor of 100 or 50, but 100 is okay with you, you can vote in favor. If the vote for 100 fails, we will vote on the unmodified main motion of 50, and if that fails, then this article is defeated. So first we're voting on all of you who prefer 100, prefer the article in terms of changing the number of signatures and prefer the higher number of 100. So that's what we're voting on. When the green light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of the proposed amendment to make it 100 signatures. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. And as I said, if the amendment fails, we will then vote on the unamended main motion. And to get to the woman's point, in this case, since that's what we have, this is almost exactly the same process as if we were doing an amendment. In fact, it is, other than what I said, it's the same thing. So again, this is voting on 100. Voting on 100 has ended. We have 52 in favor, 5-2, and we have 215 opposed. The motion to amend, or the motion for us to act on the 100, fails. Once the system is reset, we are now voting on Mr. Keogh's main motion, which is to use the change from 10 to 50 as laid out and printed in the warrant and in the Advisory Finance Committee's booklet. So whenever they're ready, we're now voting on Mr. Keogh's main motion to allow or to authorize the Select Board to petition the legislature to change the number of signatures from 10 to 50. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Keogh's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 227, 227 in favor, and 42 opposed. The motion carries. We now turn our attention to Article 11, dealing with a means-based exemption as proposed by the...
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Article 7.
All right, we'll tell you what we're going to do. Westborough has a very, very, very specific reconsideration motion. And the first thing you're going to have to tell me is, what were the errors in process? So I'm going to find where I have my reconsideration. So we have a bylaw that says once final action has been, first of all, what was your name and address, please?
I'm sorry, David Hubbard, 5 Green Road.
Okay, hang on. Just got to make a note of this now. So you would like to reconsider Article 7. That was the swimming pool, right?
That's correct.
All right. I will read from you Town Bylaws, Article 2, Section 12. Once final action has been taken on an article and the meeting has taken up the next order of business or is adjourned, the matter may not again be taken under consideration at that town meeting unless, in the best judgment of the moderator, a significant error or omission occurred in the language or the process of the original action on the article, or a significant change in circumstances change upon reconsideration, or that reconsideration would be in the town's best interest. I'll stop reading there, and I will just ask you to tell me what you believe the significant error or omission in the language or process was, or what the significant change of circumstances was.
Could you read those rules back to me one more time, please?
I can only rule whether we can allow reconsideration if I believe that there has been a significant error or omission, or if a significant change of circumstances has occurred, such that there is a clear likelihood that the outcome could change upon reconsideration, or that reconsideration would be in the town's best interest.
I believe that it is in the town's best interest to move forward with this article, as the town has made an extraordinarily clear vote that they support this center. The pool has been a part of it the entire time and has done great due diligence to get to this point, and I believe it deserves a vote that's representative of the normal group that votes on these things.
Okay. I have not heard a significant error. If you believe there was a significant error in what we did an hour or so ago, please let me know. I don't know of any omissions, and I don't know of a significant change in circumstances other than an hour has passed.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, sir? Name and address, please.
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street. I really hate to do this, but after what you just read, the fact that about a quarter of the voters left this auditorium after that vote, does that count as a significant change that should be considered here?
Actually, I will tell you my understanding of the history of this reconsideration bylaw was specifically so people couldn't reconsider after people had left. So it's not a change in circumstance, it's a change in attendance, but I don't think that that rises to the occurrence of...
Good. I'm actually very glad to hear that.
Right. So far, I've heard nothing to convince me that we need a reconsideration. And barring that, we will now move to Article 11. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Silverberg.
With your permission, I'll ask the town assessor, Wendy Alassi, to present on this.
Sure thing. Yes. Ms. Alassi.
Good evening, Wendy Alassi, Chief Assessor. I'm sorry, you can't hear. Sorry. Wendy Alassi, Chief Assessor. We're here tonight for essentially a renewal of a senior means-based exemption that was passed at town meeting in 2022 and enacted in fiscal year 2024. It's for residents who receive the state income tax circuit breaker exemption on their tax returns. And it's a match-based program that the town voted for. It sunsets every 3 years, so it will be sunsetting in 2026. And so I need approval to renew the exemption program that will begin in 2027. Does anybody have any questions?
Opposition. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have 215 in favor, and 15 opposed. The motion carries. Next, we take up Article 12, dealing with roadway acceptance. Mr. Payant.
Chris Payant, Director of Public Works. I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Mr. Payant.
So the picture on the left is a map that shows the location we're talking about, and the bottom right is the circle. That's where these three roads are located. If you find in the top left the high school, just to orient you, follow Ruggles Street out to Mount Pleasant Street, and then the Silver Hollow Estate subdivision is located in that circle. On the right is a zoom in of the three roads, and all of those different colored lines and dots represent infrastructure that the town now assumes control of and responsibility for. It's sewer, water, stormwater, trees, road, sidewalk, detention basins, all things that we'll assume as part of this road acceptance.
Is that it, Mr.?
That's it.
Payant?
Yep.
Okay. Questions, comments, deliberation? Mr. Johnson. Oh, yeah.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. As you noted in the booklet, said that the select board would vote at town meeting. As we were waiting to get final approval of all the things that were required for acceptance, we did receive those, so the board voted earlier tonight to recommend approval of this article 4-0.
Thank you. Ms. Clapp?
All right. Jane Clapp, I just want to let you know the Advisory Finance Committee also voted this article. We voted 8-0-0 to support.
Thank you, Ms. Clapp. Any other deliberations? Seeing none, as always, when the green light goes on, we will be voting on Mr. Payant's motion. It was on the screen. It was to approve the articles printed in the warrant. This requires a majority vote. Voting is started. Pressing 1 is in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has ended. We have 199 in favor and 22 opposed. The motion carries. Next, we have lucky Article 13. We have a motion from Mr. Johnson.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I move that the town vote to approve the article as printed in the warrant.
My apologies, Mr. Silverberg. Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Any remarks?
None from me, but if, with your permission, I'll have Chief Purcell present on this.
Chief Purcell. This is dealing with easements with regard to 20 Phillip Street, commonly known as the Harvey Building. Chief Purcell, whenever the slides are ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Patrick Purcell. I serve as your fire chief here in Westborough. One of my responsibilities is I also oversee the 911 center for all the dispatchers out of our department. As you are likely aware, the town has pursued regionalizing public safety communications over the last couple of years. Can I go to the next slide? Just a quick presentation, and then I'll get to what our ask is tonight. So, as you're aware, 20 Phillip Street is the site of the Regional Dispatch Center. We did a regionalization study, which concluded a couple of years ago. Subsequent to that, we entered into a district agreement. And the dispatch district operates similarly to a municipality. Our agreements are with Southborough and Grafton currently. The fire department was able to secure funding through state 911 development grants, 2 of them over a 3-year period, totaling close to $12 or $13 million. After that, we established 3 committees, a governance board, which is the 3 town managers, an operations committee, the 6 public safety chiefs, and a finance committee. We went through procurement, and we procured a project management company, an architect, a design is to the right of that. So that's the point we're at today, is we have a design. Shortly, we'll be going out to bid for some interior demolition and the construction for the project. And With that project, we need your approval, the legislative body, to grant the select board permission to grant easements on that property for us to do the construction. What that means is where it's mostly for utility companies. So if National Grid wants to move a pole for us to permit us to do the project, dig a trench, put some of their own hardware underground into our building, so we have redundancy, the select board can approve grant that easement. So that is the vote that we're asking for tonight.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. Questions, comments, deliberation? Yes. Can you get to the microphone, or do I need to have a microphone brought to you? I think this. No, unfortunately, we need it for the record. Is there a microphone back there somebody could bring down, or if not, we can. Sorry, I think the scouts had to go home because it's a homework night. So I hear they were leaving shortly after 9. Thank you. Just aim the microphone down. Name and address, and then your remarks, please.
Anouk Van Opstel, 11 Central Street.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Anouk Van Opstel, 11 Central Street.
Thank you.
Do you have an exterior plan for this? Because my question is, how many people are going to be employed and where will they park? Because this is right smack in the center of town and there's already a lot of complaints of parking.
Sure, so it is our intention, and the design is done, to leave the exterior, this is a 134-year-old building-ish. It is our intention, and it's a desire of mine, to restore this building on the exterior to the way that it was built to keep the aesthetics of the neighborhood. We are going to expand parking because we didn't want to take up roadway parking from the neighbors or compromise downtown parking. So there is a parking lot that is being constructed on the left and the right. It will house approximately 30 parking places, so we never have to go off of our property on the road. The only aesthetic change to the outside, and you can see it on the picture behind me, is
The white in the back.
this right
I know
here,
the building.
and that is to make the building ADA compliant so that we can put an elevator in it. You're welcome.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, pro or con? Seeing none, we will move to a vote on Mr. Silverberg's motion to approve the article as printed in the warrant. When the light goes on, voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Silverberg's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Because this has to do with the granting of easements, it requires a 2/3 vote. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 211 in favor and 12 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. Next on the warrant, we have Article 14, dealing with a zoning bylaw change, dealing with the downtown plan. Mr. Gelchich.
John Gelsich, 50 Church Street. Vice Chair, being approve Article 14 to amend the zoning bylaw as shown in the article entitled Amend Zoning Bylaws and corresponding attachments A through E.
Thank you. With the motion made and the board hearing reported, do you have a presentation?
It's going to be
presentation by Ms. Gingrich?
Director of Planning, Jenny Gingras.
All right, thank you.
Hello again, Jenny Gingras, Director of Planning. I'm here to speak about Article 14 to amend the zoning bylaws for the downtown area. Our 2018 strategic plan sets a vision for Westborough in 2021, the master plan identified downtown revitalization and zoning modernization as top priorities. It called for mixed-use development, improved walkability, predictable development process, so good projects can move forward with clarity. Building on that, in 2024, the downtown plan was created through extensive engagement, workshops, surveys, pop-ups, and interviews, and the community's vision was clear. A walkable, lively center that preserves historic New England charm while adding shops, restaurants, cultural spaces, and green places to gather. And here's how we got from planning to today. Like I mentioned, the strategic plan in 2018, the master plan in 21, the downtown plan in 24, multiple public information sessions and on-the-ground engagement, including recent visits to the farmers market, and the Westborough for Life events to gather information. Also review by the Zoning Advisory Group appointed by the Planning Board, and then multiple Planning Board meetings and a public hearing in September, and now town meeting. Tonight's article is the implementation step those plans called for. In short, this article implements the master and downtown plans, aligns with our strategic plan, and advances the shared vision for a walk downtown. It's the product of robust public engagement and enjoys broad support, including unanimous recommendations from multiple boards and committees. Today's downtown zoning is fragmented. You can see in the orange, we have the existing downtown business district, but we also have in the downtown the industrial zoning district in purple and blue. And then we also have parcels that are zoned single residential, plus the downtown planning overlay district. That layering can create inconsistency and confusion, and it can deter reinvestment and add risk and delay for projects that fit our community goals. So we're proposing this new zoning map, which replaces the patchwork with one clear downtown business district. The consolidation makes the rules easier to understand and apply, reduces uncertainty, and supports mixed-use projects that align with the master and downtown plans. So here's what's changing. We're eliminating the overlay zone and modernizing the existing downtown business district. We're clarifying the permitted uses and expanding sensible by right opportunities such as retail, restaurants, personal services, offices, creative workspaces, multifamily, and mixed use. We're also consolidating the dimensional standards into a clear, single schedule reflecting the requirements under the existing overlay district. We're also updating the definitions for modern uses. Artisanal production, outdoor cafes, and parklets are some of those. And then we're also adjusting the map to add key parcels, eliminate lots that are in multiple zoning districts to create a consistent, predictable framework which would support small business growth, housing options, and reinvestment in the downtown. The proposed dimensional standards match what's already allowed under the downtown planning overlay district, which are a maximum of 4 stories, 60 feet, with 10,000 square foot minimum lot size and 100 feet of frontage. All consistent with many of the existing buildings in the downtown area. On uses, the update expands clear by right paths for the everyday downtown mix and explicitly defines creative workspaces, performance spaces, parklets, so incoming business owners know exactly what's possible when they want to open a business in downtown. Every significant downtown project would still go through the review that it normally would. A site plan review by the planning board would happen to ensure compliance with zoning, dimensional standards, and infrastructure needs. The design review board would make recommendations on the exterior design, signage, lighting, landscaping, and compatibility with downtown character. And the inclusionary zoning will apply to residential and mixed use, supporting mixed income opportunities. The downtown design standards, including bike parking, will reinforce a walkable multimodal district. And then building permits are only issued after the boards complete their reviews and verify compliance. The proposal implements our past plans, reflects the public engagement done in the past few years, and was collaboratively refined by the Zoning Advisory Group. It received unanimous support from the Planning Board, Economic Development Committee, Affordable Housing Trust, and the Advisory Finance Committee because it simplifies zoning, supports the local economy, and encourages smart, predictable growth. Overall, this article simplifies and clarifies, aligns with our adopted plans, and positions the downtown for the future while preserving what we love about Westborough. Thank you.
Now I got it on. With the microphone here in the white top, please.
Anouk Van Opstel, 11 Central Street. Could you show that map again, please, with the zoom in? I have a question about, actually I would like to make for Central Street, which is a one-way street It's in the historical district. Half of the street right now is considered commercial, which I do not know why, because all the houses on that street tear down one of the old houses and have a commercial building there, which I think would be terrible for that street, which is, as I said, in the historical district, has very old houses on it, and is essentially 100% residential.
I just had a question. I heard you say you wanted to make an amendment, but I don't know where that amendment...
To remove 11 Central Street from the zone, from the changes to become fully commercial on both sides.
So it's to remove specifically 11 Central Street?
No, the whole Central Street.
To remove all of Central Street?
Yes, because it's just a residential one-way street. And you're planning to make it, to change the zoning for it to be commercial.
Okay,
It's right now residential with single families and
Okay.
multifamilies.
Do you happen to know where that amendment would be made?
Don't know.
Okay, well,
I mean, this
unfortunately-
is a zoning restructuring, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I just need to know where to make it. Ms. Gingras, would you have any idea where to make that, or
Yeah, so currently,
maybe, why don't you address the amendment? Well, we'll figure the rest of it out later.
town business, so that's the existing zoning. We're proposing to add these two parcels here, but they have existing multifamily uses on them.
Red is commercial, right?
Correct.
So you're planning to make both sides of the street commercial?
No, the orange, or I think you're referring to it as
Central Street, right here. And so we've got some of it in this orangey color and some here.
this yellow is residential. And what the requirements would be for any parcel that wanted to develop, if they met the dimensional requirements, an additional dimensional requirement they would need to have a 50-foot buffer if they were adjacent to a residential zone. So if someone wanted to develop a parcel that was in the downtown business district and they were right next to a residential zoning district, they would have to have a 50-foot buffer or setback from that area.
So that's the length of the street? Is that the width of the street? So
I'm
you're
sorry?
saying none of them can because the other side is yellow? It's a little strange that one side is, I'm just saying, it's very strange that half the street is. Explanation, it also doesn't make sense, but
Yeah,
thank you for
that's
answering the
current
question.
zoning. Yep.
Okay, so I'm a little baffled about how we would make that amendment, but I'll defer on whether someone can specifically tell me how to make
Hang on, but on that map, isn't it fully red?
The red is the existing zoning, the downtown business district, which is the existing zoning.
Okay, while we think about that, I'll go to the gentleman back here.
Tom Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I really appreciate all the work on this, and I agree with a lot of it, but one of the pieces I do not agree with, and I speak in opposition of, is the expanded by rights opportunities for residential housing. Every residential unit we add adds, on average, 1.5 students to our schools, which adds to our tax bill, but also we have schools that are pretty crowded already, so I think every new residential dwelling is a very large impact on the community. Thank you.
All right, I just want the woman who wanted to make the amendment, if she's still here. I don't know exactly how to make that amendment, and the rules are that if I ask for an amendment that I don't understand to be put in writing, it needs to be put in specific then to remove Central Street. You can do that, but without that, I'm not going to be able to really ask the voters to vote on the amendment. So unfortunately, without all the exhibits and everything prepared, I'd need to know exactly which parts you'd want to change. Okay, so you're all set right now? Okay, okay. So you're okay now? Okay, okay. So in that case, there's, okay, no need to do an amendment then. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear. I guess we're gonna, since you didn't have the microphone, she just said since it sounded like there were no changes, she was gonna be okay and not gonna make the amendment. Mr. Silverberg, and then we'll go back. Mike.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. The Select Board voted 3-2 to refer this back to committee. And with the moderator's permission, I'd like to comment on that.
Yep. Go ahead.
Most of you know I spent 16 years on the planning board, so I had a real close look at this zoning, and I completely agree with the intent of it. I think we need to modernize the zoning and take it from special permit to site plan in many cases. But someone once told me that we have to, whenever we change zoning, we have to beware of unintended consequences. And I think there's some facets to this zoning that I personally disagree with, and that I think we should take a closer look at. One of them, the overlay is a special permit authority, so there is more discretion for the planning board to either change or encourage a developer to change a proposed project or to reject a proposed project. When you change it to site plan, your discretion to turn down a proposed project becomes much more difficult. So this zoning has 4-story height limits. Now, in some places that might be appropriate, in some places that might not. Central Street might be one of those. Cottage Street, I mean, if you look at the zoning map, there's quite a few areas that I would suggest that that might be problematic for the neighbors. The idea that the 50-foot buffer is going to be, prevention for that is hard for me to understand, because there's also a maximum 10 feet from the street. So a building can't be built any further than 10 feet from the street. But you could have 100% lot coverage. So a 4-story building with 100% lot coverage, and you could also have no parking. There's no minimum parking requirement in this. Now, you would say, well, why would anybody do that? I don't know whether anybody would do that or not, but the planning board has no authority to tell a developer that they can't do that, right? The only authority under site plan to reject a site plan is whether there's a safety issue. It's not whether it's too big and I've got a single family down the street that's going to be just overwhelmed by this 4-story.
Yeah, I see. Mr. Silverberg, conclude your remarks, please, and then you can get another chance after I be in the
That's everything?
Yep.
I'll come back and comment some more on some of the other things.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the gentleman back here.
Tom, can we address?
Oh, yes, go ahead. Yep, sorry, Mr. Gelchich.
So some of the concerns that were raised by the select board, John Gelsich, 50 Church Street, member of the planning board. Some of the concerns that were raised by the select board were concerns of ours as well, but we believe that this zoning actually does address those concerns. So just in order that I have these items, the D-pod, which currently is in place, allows for heights of 60 feet and 4 stories. The only use that the overlay doesn't allow that for is residential. The max height for residential is 35 feet. So all this would do, this change in zoning would do, is allow residential buildings to then meet the same requirement that every other building currently already can meet. So that's a minimal change, in my opinion, since it's really just changing the height for one type of use. You don't necessarily know all the time which one's a residential building, which one's a mixed-use building, which one's a commercial building. So the only way you would tell is the residential buildings would be required to be shorter. There is no current parking minimum that exists in the D-pod, so this is not a change. Also, with downtowns, you generally don't want to encourage a lot of parking because you want biking, walking, pedestrian-friendly, accessible downtown uses. So requiring parking on an already constrained area is just going to force that parking to take up space that might be otherwise used for pedestrians. The concern about the special permit versus the site plan was also one of ours, but we took a look at the findings. And so for those of you who might not be super familiar with how decisions are made in the planning board process, we have to make findings that essentially say that the planning board finds, we agree with that the project being proposed meets the decision criteria that's laid out in the bylaw. For the special permit, those findings have to be, and this is required by our zoning bylaw, the finding has to be the proposed construction, reconstruction, substantial exterior alteration, or addition will constitute a suitable development and will not result in substantial detriment to the neighborhood. So that's what you have to find for a special permit to be granted. The finding for a site plan is the planning board makes a finding and determination that the placement of existing and proposed buildings, existing and proposed topography, structure, parking areas, loading areas, driveway openings, driveways, service areas, other open uses, park or recreation area and screening, all facilities for water, sewage, refuse, and other waste disposal, and for surface water drainage, storm drainage, and all landscape features such as walks, fences, walls, planting areas, and green belts will constitute a suitable development and will not result in substantial detriment to the neighborhood. So site plan, you actually have to make the exact same findings as a special permit, but with more parameters that you can look at. So we think that the site plan approval actually gives the planning board a little bit more jurisdiction than a special permit otherwise would. So those we just want to address.
All right, the gentleman back here, please. Name, address.
Thank you. Jim Colson, 15 West End Avenue. And I really wanted to start with a question. I went to a meeting over at the town hall a month or so ago, and they were talking about changing the rotary, putting lights in there. And I just wanted to make sure that this particular vote had nothing to do with those changes, or correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. This has nothing to do with that. That project is still being reviewed, and we haven't made any final decisions.
What is the next step in that project?
We're going to have another meeting about it, another public information meeting to gather additional input on what the design could be.
Okay, so this is strictly just the zoning.
This is strictly just the zoning, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Back here.
Jérôme Chevalier, 11 Central Street.
Could you just pick the mic up a little, or you can just take it out of the stand if it's easier? Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Jérôme Chevalier, 11 Central Street. First, about the amendment of removing Central Street from the business district. I don't know how you want to phrase that, because the article itself refers to a lot of map. So it's amend this map, this reference. So it doesn't list a list of streets. So if you don't put a list of streets in the article, how are we supposed to amend that? If you don't take an amendment on the map. First, that's one of the question. Second question, I saw a different map going on the screen, and on one of the map, I'm pretty sure I saw Central Street was orange on both sides. I don't know, maybe I misread, but is only two maps you have on your slide? Because I saw more map.
This is the existing map, and then this is the proposed map. We do have available as one of the attachments on the website, a list of the addresses that are in the downtown business district.
Okay. So that's the only two maps you have today. So I may have,
correct.
Maybe I misread it, but I still like if we could amend the proposed zoning to remove Central Street from the business district, because it has nothing to do with business street. There's no business, it's only house on both sides. It's on the back of the town hall, so I don't know why you would like to make business. And I think it's a fair request. We are doing zoning. I ask an amendment to the proposed zoning. I don't know how to phrase that because it's based on map.
Could I just ask for your address again, because I didn't quite hear it?
11 Central Street.
Oh, 11 Central Street, okay, same address, okay.
So Central Street is currently zoned with the overlay for the D-pod. So all of these uses are incorporated into that overlay. We wouldn't be changing the zoning that currently exists. We would just be updating it to what this downtown business zoning is. Residential is a use that's allowed in that. It's not purely commercial. We talked about having mixed use being required, if they wanted to redevelop. So we're not changing the zoning on Central Street. It's essentially what it currently is. We're just putting it into a much simpler district.
Well, maybe fixing that is a good idea. It should not be commercial because it was never commercial. There's no commerce. There's no business. Why you would like to have business in that street?
But zoning.
Maybe the zone. Can I finish? I didn't interrupt you. Okay. So we are doing zoning. So maybe mistake, as was also mentioned by the selectman, maybe some other things should be corrected at the same time. And if the street is 100% residential, small street, one-way street, with old historic building, Why should be business? Maybe it was a mistake at the beginning to have it zoning as in the overlay business district. So I'm still pushing for that amendment, whatever it should be phrased, because it's a map. Maybe I should draw a map and propose it to the moderator, I don't know.
Well, from what I've heard is that they're changing the Central Street, so they're just redefining it, not changing it. So it could be that if your idea is to change Central Street to only be residential, that would probably be out of scope, and it would need to come back as a separate article to change that, because I don't think we warned the voters that that may be taken up at this meeting. So I understand your concern. I'm just saying procedurally, since this article warned the voters that they would be replacing the D-pod with the new business district, I think what it sounds like you want to accomplish would be to change the current zoning of Central Street, and that would probably require an article at a separate town meeting, so the voters were warned that they wanted to change that zoning.
Then I cannot.
So if that's the case, I would suggest you probably want to advocate against this article.
Yeah, so I cannot support this article because it seems there's many other streets that should be re-examined properly in terms of the zoning. Well, even if I support the development of the downtown, I have to vote against it.
Okay. I'll go over to this microphone.
Brad Smith, 29 Church Street. I just had a question. How many lots or properties flipped from multifamily to commercial? Do you know, like approximately? I know the maps look very close, but was it like 10% more, or, you know, is it? How many?
I'm just sorry, I don't really understand the question.
Well, it looks like if you actually, I've lived in the neighborhood for 35 years, and you look at the individual properties, and some are multifamily, and now they're commercial. And I just wondered what the percentage increase was.
So the way that the zoning works is this is not the land use that currently exists on the property. It's just what is allowed to be put on that property. It doesn't require the use to change. So if a use is residential, it doesn't have to change to commercial with the zoning change. It could stay residential, it could stay commercial if that's what it is. So there's nothing in this that's going to change the use on the site unless the property owner decides to change the use on the site. This just allows a different set
in
of
general, the change was from multi-family to commercial, of the allowing that possibility, right?
Multifamily is allowed in the D-pod.
Right.
Already.
You're making it more possible to have more businesses downtown.
Yeah, I guess.
That would be the goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those of us who live downtown, we actually know traffic is the real livability issue, but that's for a different night.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Schur back here?
Daniel Schur, 26 Haskell Street. Question for the planning board and the planner. There are certain things that are going to be removed by right with this new zoning. Am I correct? I tried looking through your chart and it was a little tough, but you are going to restrict some things, and you're going to say that they're going to be grandfathered. But what uses in the central business district that are currently there will no longer be allowed?
I believe that the only thing that in the downtown business district that would now not be allowed is for, it's called an animal boarding. So if you had
Auto repairs not in there?
auto repair is for them to get a special permit or do anything. If a new auto business wanted to come in, they would have to get a special permit.
So a new auto business would have to meet the dimensional requirements, could not expand, or if one of those businesses were to have a fire, flood, burn down, or whatever, it could not be rebuilt at the same.
Well, there's different requirements. If a building burns down, there's protections in Mass General Law for
50%. If you're in a new zoning, if it gets rezoned and the damage is greater than 50%, it falls under the new zoning. No? I see a no.
No. So if a building is damaged by fire,
we vote this down at this time.
So I think we addressed a bunch of questions. If there's other questions that you have,
I'm just making that statement. I don't need any
Just
debate.
do one at a time, please.
No, I'm making the statement to the citizens of the town I think it should go back and be revisited with more input from the town.
Thank you. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. I'd like to make an official motion to refer this back to committee.
Motion to refer to committee. Okay, well, I write that down. You just want to explain the intent and what that would be? Yeah. When you say committee, you want to refer it back to the
I
planning
want
board?
to refer it back to the planning board for further study. I think there's been a number of questions about individual lots that may not be appropriate to stay in the zone. I personally have an issue with the 4-story height in certain parts of the zone. I have an issue with the no minimum parking requirement, and I believe there should be incentive to include retail space in certain lots, particularly lots that face main streets like East Main Street. I don't want to see a complete residential building going in on East Main Street. I'd like to see storefront retail, and I think there's a way to build that into the zoning. I also would like to see fewer curb cuts, and I think there's a way to incentivize developers to consolidate curb cuts so that we have fewer vehicles entering on main streets, and that will hopefully help traffic move. So those are some of my issues.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Just a moment, and then we'll continue making sure I've got this right here. All right. Just so you know, a motion to refer to committee, we'd vote on that first, and it would require a majority vote. The change of zoning would come if that failed, and it would require a 2/3 vote. With that said, I'll hop over to the microphone to my left, your right, the woman there, please.
Lauren Smith, 29 Church Street. I want to speak against changing the zoning. From what I could tell, the new zoning would take about 20 or more and some of them, as they were mentioning on Central Street, aren't really in that district at the moment. It seemed kind of arbitrary to me that some of these homes, and if you're talking about a downtown district, you're coming out to West Main Street and Church Street, which are kind of far away from the downtown. I'm not really sure where those properties came into becoming business zoned. So I would encourage everyone to just vote against it, and maybe, as Mr. Silverberg said, send it back and have it be revisited.
Thank you. I'll jump over here to the person at this microphone, please.
Lynn Van Doren, 6 Maple Circle. Parking downtown is a problem, and while there might not be current parking requirements, changing zoning might be a good way to put some in, because a business goes in with no parking requirements, and it just adds to parking issues downtown. And also, if automotive businesses aren't going to be allowed, you said, okay, they'll be grandfathered in. What if they want to sell that business? Will they be able to sell it to someone who wants to use it as an automotive business, or once they are retire or move, will that be the end of that business?
They would still be able to use the same use. If they moved out, they can still sell it to someone to have the same auto use. That does not change.
Okay. Thank you.
And I also wanted to, sorry.
Okay, yes, Mr. Geltrich.
I wanted to just bring up, I believe there was a parking study for the downtown that was undertaken a couple years ago that said we had more than enough parking downtown. I know some of it might be a little farther to walk than some people would like, but we do have a lot of parking downtown. We have an entire public parking lot behind Central Federal Union, I forget the name of it right now, and over by Central House, there's a whole public parking area back there, and there's on-street parking around the circle, on Main Street, on South Street, on Central Street, on Church Street.
Thank you. Woman back here. Yes, please.
Changing the circle, the Rotary in town. So I think it was very misleading to this man to say that they're completely divorced. They may be technically, but this is part of what you need to do in order to enact that plan. So I think it should go back to committee, and that it should come out together with whatever zoning needs to be done for your changes in the Rotary. They need to come out together, because otherwise I think it's confusing and misleading to the residents of the town to separate them like this. And having this warrant now, I think, was a mistake and premature. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any response?
Yeah, so the zoning doesn't affect what the rotary redesign would do. The zoning affects the land uses on the parcels. The redesign of the circle would not involve zoning. It would be a transportation traffic design. It would have nothing to do with zoning. This zoning proposal is really to modernize the downtown zoning district, make it simpler, make it easier for development to happen, economic development to happen, residents to use are tied together in that they are part of a larger downtown plan, but there is nothing in the zoning that would execute the rotary redesign. They're two separate items.
Woman in the back at the microphone, please.
Christina Kelleher, 33 Overlook Drive, and I'm actually a member of the planning board. If you don't mind, Jenny, just pulling up the maps real quick. So to John's point, and I will attest to if anyone goes back and watch the meetings, I was confused at first about what we were trying to accomplish here. To John's point, it really, it's to simplify and encourage growth. Well, one of the problems is that it's confusing for developers to know what can go in the different locations. This simplifies, encourages growth. It's not changing, to John and Jenny's point, it's not changing if there's a residential, if there's a house here, if there's a building here, if there's a gas station here, those can remain. It's for future growth. And then the other point I want to make is I would caution us in making requests for specific streets that are in what has been the defined downtown area to request to be removed from the same points where people say drives them to downtown, which is the businesses and the other elements of the community. So I would just ask us to think about both sides.
Thank you. Mr. Lenane.
Bill Lenane, 21 Deerfield. I support what the planning board, planning department has done. I also understand Mark and others wanting to refer this back to committee. My concern is that we have meetings, they publicize it, and yet we come to town meeting, and those are when all these things come out. The time to bring these things out, if it's in your area, please attend the public meetings. Mark did bring his comments up at the select board. In my mind, they're very good. It was a little bit late for you to react, although you reacted to some of those. But some of the others are coming that weren't presented to you, and I've either gone to the meetings or watched them on Westborough TV. Anybody can watch them and get the information that you want. So if you happen to refer this back to committee, please attend the committee meetings so that they can get it right according to what your desires are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, person in the hat, please.
Yes. Hi, Eric Waite, 7 Franklin Ave. I rise in support of this modernization of the downtown planning. My family and I drive up to Hudson 20, 25 times a year. If you could wave a magic wand and import what they have there here, I think that would be a pretty popular thing. Get your ice cream, and get your bagel. We hit the bike trail. It's snug with the reasonable sized houses with retail on the first floor. They're building new housing right downtown. It's envious. This will slowly evolve towards something like that. There's absolutely been parking studies. There's ample parking downtown, and to build more parking downtown or to encourage that or even allow for it makes everyone have to drive everywhere because everything's further apart. This is the type of Westborough I would like to see in the future, and I strongly support this and hope it passes.
Thank you. Next gentleman.
Hi, Joshua Gordon, 33 West Street. Just to add to what the gentleman just said about wanting to bring the feeling of Hudson over here, I've had a lot of friends say how come Westborough doesn't seem more like Hudson and not have that kind of density? And I said, well, I think we'd like to see that happen. Westborough also has one resource going for it that Hudson doesn't have, and that's the commuter rail. And at one time, the commuter rail had a functioning station right off of Main Street, and you can all see that the building is still there. If the long-term goal here is to create more activity, more jobs, more residences downtown, which my wife and I certainly support, I hope there's a real effort made to reopen a commuter rail stop, because when you look at the communities that have built up around the commuter rail stations, like Wellesley, for example, that's the downtown. And I think that has to be part of the mix. I don't think it'll necessarily solve the issue of where people can park, and I realize that street parking may make people walk a little farther than they would if they go to the mall or the Westborough shopping center, but I hope that'll be part of the mix. The last time I looked at the plan, the idea was to put a commuter rail stop practically in the swamp behind the old sports club location. I would hope that you would have it right downtown where it used to be. Thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone with the microphones who've been at this for 40 minutes. Everybody ready for the vote? I believe I don't see anyone else needing to speak. In that case, our action will first come on Mr. Silverberg's motion to refer to Planning Board. As I said, that motion would take priority over the main motion. It would require a majority vote. And what it would do if it passed in motion, and we just would ask the Planning Board to do more research and come back at the future. Since the Planning Board has been in favor of this, there is no need for a 2-year wait. They could come back at any town meeting they wanted. So that's just setting the stage. So when the light goes on, we're voting on Mr. Silverberg's motion to refer this article back to the Planning Board. Yes, is there a point of order?
AFC.
Oh, yes, sorry, can you stop the voting, please? I forgot I never asked for you for statements, sorry. The Finance Committee wanted to speak, so if you could just stop the vote and reset it. Sorry about that.
The AFC just voted 7-1 to refer back to committee.
7-1 to 2? What was the vote?
7-1.
Oh, 7-1.
In favor of referring back to committee.
I love the English language. 2 and 2 sound exactly the same. So the Finance Committee has changed their vote to do 7-1 to refer to committee. Thank you, Ms. Clapp.
Yeah.
All right. So rewind what I just said about what we're voting on. We're voting on the reference to committee. We now have the vote of the Finance Committee updated. Now when the light goes on, we're voting on Mr. Silverberg's motion to refer this article back to the Planning Board. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 141 in favor and 57 opposed. That is actually, it's not a majority vote, it's actually even a 2/3 vote. So the motion to refer to committee succeeds. We now turn our attention to Article 15, petition to essentially ask the General Court to authorize a local initiative petition. Just while Mr. Savoy gets ready, if you wanted to come up to this microphone, Mr. Savoy, you can. I will just note that just as we talked about citizens petitions earlier, these next 2 and the final 2 items on our warrant did get 100 signatures, and they are on the warrant, and Mr. Savoy is the proponent of the petitioners. Mr. Savoy, a motion in your presentation when you're ready.
Mr. Moderator, the General Court for a special act to establish a local initiative petition procedure for the town of Westborough as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Savoy.
Mr. Moderator. Let's see.
If you must leave, please try to be quiet and turn in your voting device. Okay, Mr. Savoy, you may go when you're ready.
All right. What is a initiative, cause, or action? Local initiative petitions enable citizens to place ballot questions before the voters to shape the direction of the community. And I emphasize citizens on this. Petition process is well established at the state level. I'm sure you all remember the state petition on MCAS for a graduation requirement. also an audit on the legislature, and then the millionaire's tax. All were petitions at the state level. Petition process and ballot questions are well established in Westborough. Examples would be a number of Proposition 2.5 debt exclusions. That was on the ballot. Those were on the ballot. Adoption of the Community Preservation Act was also required for a ballot vote. And the opt-out of marijuana sales was also a ballot question that all voters participated in. And the history of Westborough in 1987, a voter recall petition of elected officials was placed in the charter, so we have that in the charter. And I do want to recognize the moderator for his help in developing this, and it was a non-partial assistance, but very well welcomed assistance from the moderator. Thank you, John. Okay. Why have a local initiative petition procedure? It would provide Westborough citizens with a procedure for direct participation in local government decision-making. Voter participation is an essential right and responsibility in our democratic system. It provides a means for Westborough citizens to place questions on community, forward-thinking, and seeking to improve itself. And we've heard from town officials over a number of years that they do want to hear feedback. This would enable them to get that feedback. Initiative petition work. First of all, we have to get town meeting approval to request the state legislature to pass the special legislation called Home Rule Petition. This would establish the local initiative petition procedure for Westborough. A local initiative petition may be filed by 200 registered voters, at least 25 from each precinct, to place a binding question on the ballot. The question will be placed on a special election ballot within 60 to 70 days, or a regular election ballot within 90 days. These days are taken from our current recall ballot question. Try to keep that in line with the current charter. There are legal limits on issues that can be placed on the initial ballot. Those are in the law. And the questions will be determined by a majority vote, ballot vote, unless otherwise required by law, and take effect immediately upon passage. So I would ask that you consider this petition, this article, to support it. Citizen participation, feedback is critical, is key to a vibrant and progressive community, and it's somewhere where the citizens feel connected to their government, and I believe that is what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Before we move on to deliberation, I just wanted to check to see if the Finance Committee had made a determination yet, or are they still working on it? No, looks like, yeah.
Walter Leslie, 207 West Main Street. Ms. Clapp is out at the moment, so I'll report that we voted 7-1-0 to recommend the town meeting defeat this article.
Okay, thank you. So that's your Finance Committee recommendation. With that said, I'll open it up for deliberation. Ms. Anderson.
Janet Anderson, 7 Chauncey Street. I'm just curious to the petitioner why you feel this is necessary, since we can already bring our issues to town meeting.
Mr. Savoy.
I can't...
You couldn't hear?
What's the question?
Oh, she wanted to know why you thought it was necessary, given that people can already petition the town meeting. So why initiative petition?
Town meeting is not representative of the entire town. So you could look at this and say, if people want to have a say, they should show up here. Well, not all people can show up. We have 14,000 registered voters. We have about a little over 200 people here today. So a local initiative petition would enable all voters, all 14,000 voters, to respond to a particular issue, particular important issue that may come up at the town.
Thank you.
Well, it seems to me that what you're probably should be advocating is a change to the form of town meeting rather than an alternative way to bypass it. That's my opinion. I would say defeat this.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I guess I'll check in first. Did the select board want to make any comments? I heard what the vote of the finance committee was. Did the select, and then we'll go back to deliberation. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. As you see in the vote, the select board unanimously recommended defeating this article. Just a few points, and Ms. Anderson had one that we had as well, but just a few other things. Typically, special acts or charter provisions that alter a municipality's legislative process are the subject of many meetings and public input. After such considerations have been discussed, a carefully crafted bill is developed to specifically address the town's values and interests. Tonight we acted on Article 10, where the select board had received public input on the matter as well as advice from town council and had discussions with our legislators. This petition article. Additionally, the town does not have the ability to alter the language for the ballot questions once it is submitted, and unlike town meeting, there is no ability to offer any amendments to a ballot question. These initiative positions, and Mr. Savoy had mentioned this in coming for the select board, these are common in city forms of government because this process does allow all voters the opportunity to participate in governance issues. However, as Ms. Anderson just said, Westborough is an open town meeting form of government which already permits all voters to participate in these decisions. Also, the number of voters required to start an initiative or referendum vote in this article is much lower than what is typically required, which typically we see is looking across the state at somewhere around 10% to 20% of voters. At 200 voters, this would be roughly 1.5% of the town's registered voters required to submit a initiative petition. And this was a question that had come up by residents, and the town clerk did the research to come up with this. Special elections does have financial implications. It impacts us as taxpayers. We would have to purchase ballots, prepare voting machines, pay for poll worker wages and associated expenses, pay for police details. The estimate from the town clerk is that cost of holding an election is approximately $8,500. This does not include the time full-time staff in the town clerk's office spends preparing for an election, taking them away from their day job.
Just so people know, because the select board had told me they would do this, I'm considering this a 10-minute counter presentation. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you guys.
Thank you, I'm almost done, sorry. Finally, cities that do not have initiative petition processes generally have a process established in their charter that excludes certain topics that would disrupt the government. This petition article contains no exclusion, so basically anything can come before here. For example, a petition signed by 200 people could say, we want to remove all funding for the schools. Could happen because it's not excluded. That could be a petition. If 200 people sign, it would go to the ballot box. The petition also requires that the ballot questions be binding to the town with no limits or guidance as to which matters the voters have legal authority on which to vote. The town couldn't vote on a binding question that is beyond the legislative function of the town, as normally exercised through town meeting, or that purports Massachusetts Constitution or the town charter. But again, this, what's been submitted here requires the ballot question to be binding. Does not establish any requirements that would limit those binding questions to only lawful subject matter. And finally, the Massachusetts general laws do contemplate non-binding public opinion advisory questions, which we have used before on ballots, but the Massachusetts general laws do not address binding legislative initiative questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savoy, would you like to respond? A few minutes to respond.
Well, first I would say that there are legal limits on the issues that can come before an initiative petition. There are several laws that spell out what can or what cannot come on initiative petition. A list of those would be elections, that you cannot change elections or the process, levy, assessment and collection of taxes, borrowing money or pledge credit, disposal of parkland, private or civil laws, define or provide punishments for felonies. Also, there's nothing that can be passed that is inconsistent with the general laws. Those are part of the Constitution of the state and general laws. You can't have initiative petitions that affect term of office. You can't have initiative petitions that affect government structure, create offices, distribution of powers, duties, and responsibilities of local officials, mergers of local offices. So there are a myriad of limits, legal limits on what can be placed. So it's not a helter-skelter process. It is limited. And in terms of the legislature, in impacting the language, this language was purposely left open so that the legislature, looking at the proposal, could make some minor changes in the process. So it is a process that enables the voters, the citizens, all the voters, to respond to a question, a very serious question. And people in this community, many people feel disenfranchised, that they are not listened to, that they do not have a say in the decision-making process. This local initiative petition would enable people to react to it, to give their voice, as the select board and other town officials have requested. They want to hear from the voters. We should have that opportunity to do that.
Thank you. I'll go to the gentleman at the microphone back here, please.
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street. I was going to make few comments here, but 2 of them have already been addressed. So I guess I'll just say, I know the inability to attend town meeting has been a recurring issue here, and it's one that affects my family. We've got a special needs son, so it's been rare that my wife and I have both been able to attend. But when we feel it really is important, we make arrangements to do so. Bigger issue is, in general, a lack of civic responsibility with regard to elections and town meeting. I mean, one of the recent elections we had, out of those 14,000 registered voters, only 2,300 cast a ballot. But when we have big issues here in town, a lot of people do show up here at town meeting. And I'm confident that when we make a decision here, it is truly representative of the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll jump to this microphone.
Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. I appreciate the effort that was taken for this petition to mirror aspects of the state law for statewide petitions. But there's some significant differences that I think are lacking in this effort here. At the state level, for a citizen's petition to make it onto statewide ballot, there are 2 certifications. One is certification of the signatures, and that's generally done by the Secretary of State's office, but the Attorney General also gets to whether this petition itself is in good legal form and is consistent with the state constitution and Mass General law. As presented here, there's certification of signatures, but not certification of applicable adherence to the Constitution and applicable law prior to the ballot happening. And so I think that leads to potentially having an election and court cases and things of that nature and confusion. I would look, if conceptually people think this is a good idea, that be considered. The other is Section 4. Statewide petitions do not take effect upon passage. They go to the legislature for a vote. So that the statewide petition process does not usurp the authority of the legislature. As written here, these petitions will usurp the authority of Westborough's legislature, which is town meeting. And if you wanted this to mirror state law, then a citizen's petition that was done by vote would need to go through our town legislature, town meeting for final approval. There are, generally the legislature enacts a version, often a highly negotiated version of the citizen's petition. Look at our cannabis laws. Don't look very much like what was on the citizen's petition, but they came into effect. And there are times where the legislature has never taken action, including 2 different citizens' petitions that were designed to lower the sales tax rates. Those were never enacted by the legislature. And so I think we need to respect the role of the legislature and the integrity of the legislature, and I would suggest not passing it at this point, but if conceptually people are open to the idea, going back and reworking so that some of those protections, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the microphone over here, Mr. Walsh.
Nathan Walsh, 3 Matthew Drive. I'm not against the concept of initiative petitions. I think, though, that I am against this as it's written. I won't reiterate the cost or the legal oversight that's missing. But I just want to point out that if somebody the same 200 people made a citizen's petition every 10 days, we would have 36 of these throughout the course of the year. Is so burdensome that I think that just on that alone, we should not approve this.
Thank you. I'll hop over to this side. Person. Oh, yes, Mr.
Just to respond, as one who has collected about 100 signatures to get these articles on the warrant, collecting of signatures is not an easy thing to do. So 200 signatures is a hill that you have to climb. To say that, and if I heard you right, to say that we would have initiative petitions every 10 days or whatever the time frame you said is not realistic. These are important issues that would come up before the voters. They would be required to get 200 signatures. It would go through a process. There'd be a 60, 70, or 90-day period. It could happen at a regular town meeting, town election. There would be plenty of time for debate, for discussion, for hearings during that 2 to 3 month period. And so it would give an opportunity for voters to respond to questions and issues that are very important to them. It is initiated by the voter and not by town officials. So it gives the power to the voter to bring these issues to light and to have the entire community participate in that decision-making process.
You mentioned, there'd be hearings. I don't see that in the measures here, but I think it is possible that the same 200 people that have a particular grievance or thing that they want to try to accomplish could actually put the same initiative petition every 10 days according to this. And if you have those same 200 people, they could do it every 10 days. It's not like finding you have to find new people. It'd be the same ones.
Okay.
Well, just one more response.
Quickly, yes, quickly.
Right now, we could have, I believe it's 200 voters, 200 signatures to call a special town meeting. Are we having special town meetings every month? No. So that's not a realistic scenario.
Thank you. I'll go to the person at the microphone back. My left, your right. Yes.
George Hubbard, 5 Green Road.
Sorry, what was your address?
5 Green Road.
Thank you.
I'm speaking in opposition to this initiative. I think that this is a potentially destructive initiative with very few guide rails that I can tell. It feels to me that is a way to bypass most of the elected officials in town and the legislative process already set up within the town to get their own personal ballots approved. And like it has already been mentioned, 200 voters is an extremely small fraction of the voter base to bring an entire issue onto the ballot. It's not proportionally a 200 people that's like less than one of the classes in our high school. and they are going to bring that forward to the entire town for a vote, that seems like it could be extremely disruptive. And on top of that, a binding decision without input from without required input from people who are whose job it is to think about this in the town. And sorry, that's my train of thought there.
All right. It's okay. You all set?
Yeah, I think for now.
Okay.
I would, if I...
Mr. Savoy, quickly, please. Yeah.
Quickly. It may come down to the fact, do we trust the voters? Do we trust the citizens of this community to make the right choices? To give them the opportunity to participate in this local government. We have a sophisticated population. I don't believe, and in talking to over 100 people, people are concerned about the town, they're concerned about the direction of the town, they'd like to be heard. This is a process, a procedure, which would enable people to be heard. You shouldn't be, and we shouldn't be afraid of that.
I don't think that there's any current reason to be afraid to voice your opinion at town meeting. You're currently voicing your opinion at town meeting, and I think that this type of legally binding resolution, for it to be able to be brought to voters, there should be more safeguards on it, so it can go through some sort of actual legal review, so it's known that the law that's getting put forward is compatible with the laws of Westborough and Massachusetts. That is nowhere in here that I've seen. There's no requirement that any of these petitions need to be legal in any form. And I think that is a major issue.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm just going to, I've been reviewing my notes. We've been at this not quite half an hour. We've heard Mr. Savoy explain his rationale. We've heard many people speak against. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the article? So we can go to that. Okay, I just want to make sure we have fair deliberation before we get too far in. Mr. Bain.
Ed Bain, 5 Thomas Rice Drive. I'm in support of this. It may not be a perfect article about, well, you only need 200 people. Well, we only need 50 people to get onto an election ballot. Getting 200 signatures and getting them from all the precincts, not easy to do. So there is a lot of safeguards and guardrails in the article as it is. As we've seen, I've come to town meeting now for 45 years, and I've seen the numbers not increase at all, even though when I moved here, the town was 13,000 people. We now have about almost 22,000 in town. I think a ballot petition would encourage more, or a ballot initiative or a ballot question encourages wider participation on a significant issue. And only a significant issue that we believe could not be dealt with at town meeting would even be considered for a local initiative. I'll end with one quote, and it goes to, the majority and how many people are really voting to make decisions in Westborough. And it's from Thomas Jefferson. And he says, "We do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate." And we know that not everyone town meeting, or for the time it takes to sit through town meeting, never knowing when an issue will come up or an article will come forward. This gives people, through an election, during our extended hours, the ability to have their voices heard on major issues, not frivolous ones. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump to the microphone over here, my left, your right. Yes, please.
Robert Gilmore, 35 Water Street.
Thank you.
Opposition of this motion, or this warrant article, mainly because we are not merely a legislative body. We are also a deliberative body. When people come here, people are gathering signatures. There's a time for signatures to get things onto the ballots, or, into the town meeting warrant. But then that opens the floodgates for, let's have presentations, let's have people prepare, let's have people come here, let's have debates like the one we're having now. So we're not merely a legislature, we're a deliberative legislature. And I would hate to lose that and bypass that entire system by just saying, let's just throw it on the ballot instead. Then we don't have to talk about it. Then I can just get things, I know you're saying it's hard, but oh no, I stood at Roche Brothers for a few weeks. I stood at the, stood at the town dump, got some signatures. Okay, now we don't have to debate it. Now everyone just comes in and looks at a piece of paper and says, oh, I think that looks cool. Check. I'd much rather participate in the level of debate that we are having tonight about everything we've been talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savoy, briefly, please.
There is nothing that says that debate, a good, healthy discourse, would not take place. Purposely, from the time that the petition is handed in and the elect got 2 to 3 months. During that period of time, there could be public hearings, there could be proponents, opponents hearings, discussions on that. It even could be a non-binding article on the town warrant at the time it was correct. So there's nothing that says that the discourse could not continue. There's also a process when you have the home rule petition, it goes to the legislature may also hold hearings on this as well. So there's plenty of opportunity for discourse on the issue that's before the voters.
Mr. Moderator, may I?
Brief reply, yes.
Yes. Okay. So I think we've seen tonight that the presentations that are given by the various town boards about things are sparsely attended, and that for better or for worse, this meeting is often the sole source of information for vote. Let's not take that away and say, hey, if you didn't go to the, correct presentation, then you're out of luck.
Thank you. Is that you, Mr. McManus?
Hi, Joe McManus, 8 Isaac Miller Road. I appreciate the intent of the proponent on this to broaden participation. I think this initiative process, especially this one, how it's written without guardrails, is the very wrong way to go about it. California, it's crazy. I mean, it's just out of control out there with all the petitions. I heard that there's 14 working through the signature process to get it on the next state ballot. That's not how to govern a state. I agree with all the previous presentations against. I'll just add one more concern. I'm concerned about a small minority of people who are zealous in our democratic processes here. And we've seen that a little bit the last couple of meetings. I don't love this, because you could have zealots, I like to speak against the idea of a special election, not because of the $8,500 it costs, because you get the zealots in favor, and they get their own buddies there, and no one else is going to, who else is going to show up to a special? I don't see it. I like this current form. I'm not saying never, but not this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Anderson?
Jan Anderson, Chauncey Street, I move the question.
Okay, Ms. Anderson has moved the question. As we've learned to, yes, what's your point of order? Yes, she can. You just can't make that motion when you actually make a statement of debate itself. That's her only statement, it's allowed. And we allow people to speak twice. So as we learned earlier, if we didn't know before, the motion to terminate debate, we take immediate action. It's not debatable. What it means is our next vote is going to be whether we stop debate and move to a vote on the main motion. And so this vote is not on the main motion, it's whether we continue debating. There were 3 or 4 people standing at the microphones who wanted to speak, just for your information. And with that said, When the light goes on, we are now voting to terminate debate. It requires a vote. If it passes, we go straight to the main motion. If it fails, we'll hear some more speaking about Article 15. Voting is started. Voting is ended. We have 134 in favor and 14 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is terminated. We now move to Mr. Savoy's motion. He has moved that the town vote to petition the general court with the wording substantially as printed in the warrant. So if you're in favor of Mr. Savoy's motion, once they've reset the machine, you will press 1 in favor. If you are against Mr. Savoy's motion, you will press 2. Whenever they're ready, voting is begun. Pressing 1 is in favor of Mr. Savoy's motion. Pressing 2 is in opposition. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 21 in favor, 2-1. We have 128 opposed. The motion is defeated. We now move to the final article on our warrant, which is going to look similar, but it is somewhat different, and that's why they're two separate articles. So we will now move to Article 16. Mr. Savoy.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to petition the general court for a special act through a referendum as a direct vote of the entire electorate on an issue. Referendum petition on town meeting votes provide the voters a means by ballot to overturn the act at town meeting. Referendum petition exists in state law for representative town meetings. Referendum petitions recently occurred in Needham, Shrewsbury, Marblehead. They were to overturn the town meeting vote on zoning bylaws, the MBTA multifamily bylaws. Why have a referendum procedure? To provide Westborough citizens with a procedure for direct participation in local government decision-making. Voter participation is an essential right and responsibility in our democratic system. It provides a means for Westborough citizens to place a question on the ballot for binding determination on a town meeting vote by the entire electorate. Referendum petitions may be required when the entire electorate is needed to vote on issues of particular importance, particular interest, support, or dissent that has a wide impact on the voters. A vote of town meeting that has no quorum required also has a very restrictive reconsideration motion that we heard this evening as well, may not be sufficient to adequately represent the entire community. Westborough is a progressive seeking to improve and whose officials are looking for feedback, and here is a means to do that. How does it work? The town meeting approves approval to request state legislature to pass special legislation. That's the home rule petition. A referendum on town meeting vote may be filed by 200 registered voters within 7 business days from town meeting closure. Not an easy accomplishment. The question will be placed on a special election ballot within 35 days or a regular election ballot within 60 days. Remember, this is important to act on it as soon as possible because you're holding that vote in abeyance until the election is completed. Not all votes are subject to referendum as specified by charter and by law. I mentioned many of those earlier, particularly the borrowing of money, the commitment of those types of resources are not permitted. Elections are not permitted to be changed as well. There are many limitations, and they are in the section in the article. The question will be determined by a majority vote unless otherwise required by law and would take effect upon passage. At least 20% of the registered voters must participate in the election. Recently, Shrewsbury's recall on their town meeting vote did not pass because it did not get the 20% of the electorate. So I would ask that you consider voting for this article. It provides the voters with, again, a process where they can participate in the decision-making to our democratic system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savoy. Before we get anything, is there a Finance Committee vote on this yet? And then we'll, Ms. Clapp.
Jane Clapp, 11 Chauncey Circle. The Finance Committee voted 7-1-0 to defeat.
Make any remarks, or is that standalone all you needed? Don't need to? No?
So I think a lot of the committee's concerns were around potential cost and also sort of the general concerns, and I think someone else mentioned it, and really the realities, if you're looking to shift the town meeting format, then it makes more sense to approach it that way rather than creating an additional layer.
Thank you. All right, and as before, the Select Board had informed me that they wanted to make a few remarks, so for the timers, we'll give them up to 10 minutes since they informed me in advance. Mr. Keogh.
Thank you. Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. We voted 4-1 to defeat this article. Some of our thoughts around this, and I won't repeat some of the thoughts that Mr. Johnson said earlier. Additionally, for referendums, typically this is for either cities or representative town governments where individuals can't attend town meeting and vote specifically on articles. Mr. Savoy mentioned Marblehead there, to my knowledge, the one open town meeting that, and typically the number of voters required for initiative is much higher. So for Shrewsbury's initiative, it required 5% of registered voters to sign the petition for it to then come before a vote of the town. Marblehead has a different mechanism. Theirs only requires 300 signatures, but then the vote at the town requires at least 20% of residents to show up and vote no. So it can be an overwhelming no vote, but if 20% of residents don't show up and vote no, it still loses. So very specific within Marblehead. And I believe that was enacted in the 1950s. So really, this again, the open town meeting allows you these capabilities to come here and to hear your voice heard and vote on articles. And you have an issue with something that's happened, 200 signatures, you can call another town meeting. So there is a capability, even once something has been decided at town meeting, to go forth and bring it back again for another town vote. So we feel the current capabilities really allows people to get their voice heard and for things to get done within the town of Westborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. Let's see. Somebody speak up? Okay, yes. Gentleman in my left, your right.
Alan Burrell, 18 Moore Street. I think this is an effort to subvert town meeting. That's all. I mean, it's a clear effort to just nullify any vote that we do here and say, well, I don't like it, so I'm going to get some of my friends together and get this thing back on the rails where I want it to go. Look, this is the point of town meeting. Town meeting is for us to come here and discuss it. Just because there's a group of people that don't like the way things go. Hey, there were a lot of people that didn't like I hate to go back to this, but you know, the BSC building getting bought. A lot of people didn't like it, but that's how the town voted, and we live with that. We don't go back 7 days later and say, oh, well, I didn't get what I wanted. We're not little kids here. You know, we're not kids that you don't get what you want, and so you're going to now say, oh, well, I'm going to stomp my feet and get mad and find my friends to vote on something,
I think this is juvenile, honestly. It's a waste of our time to have these things, honestly. Well, I don't plan on, Mr. Moderator?
Yep, Mr. Savoy.
Mr. Moderator, I don't plan on stomping my feet. I am looking at a situation where majority of the voters need to have their voices heard on particular issues. And we can all think of issues that have come up that we'd like to have some reconsideration. Our current bylaws of town meeting are very restrictive on reconsideration. We have no quorum, so there could be 200 voters, there could be 400 voters, there could be 500 voters, but there won't be 14,000 voters, there won't be 4,000 voters. There are some issues, and I'm not saying all of them, I'm not saying there are many, but there may be issues that would come up that we need to hear the voices of all voters. Give all voters an opportunity. All people cannot make it to town meeting. And that's important to have people feel that they can participate in our government even though they're limited in their time that they can't come to town meeting. It is important to have that consideration in this community.
Thank you. We'll go to the microphone back here, a gentleman in the sweatshirt.
George Hubbard, 5 Green Road.
you.
I just have concerns, same as with the last one, that there's very few restrictions on the scope of what this is. The referendum seems worded in a way that encourages going around the process of like attempting to do a vote again during a town meeting on something that's already passed. And I think that, again, there's no requirement for people to talk about it, for there to be discussions held. And I think that's important if you're sending it to a vote of the entire voting population of Westborough. There should be a requirement for people to actually talk about it and for there to be open space for this to be discussed, or else it's just in the air until the special election comes around. And I don't want to put you on the spot here, but you've mentioned several times that you feel there are specific circumstances in the past that this kind of motion would be relevant for. Can you give me some of those examples?
Well, I think there was some discussion this evening about the community center. And I think you heard some sentiment with regards to we made a mistake. But there were other issues in terms of the golf course, the renovation of the golf course club, that issue. Many people wanted that done, and it was not done. The library was another issue. So there were several issues. These issues come up at town meeting, and there is lots of discussion about it. That does take place. And this would provide an opportunity, if it warrants, and it's, again, not an easy process, 7 days, 200 signatures. If you have 200 friends, fine. That might be easy for you, but there's not too many people that could do that. So this is an opportunity, again, greater participation of the community in the decision-making. That's the key, I think.
I understand that, but I feel like their only requirement for participation is the 200 voters and the 20% quorum. And elections already tend to draw around 20%, from what it sounds, of the voter base. I think that was a statistic someone mentioned. It was about 1,500 people voted in the last election. That's 20% of the registered voter base. No, that's less, sorry. That's 10%, my bad. But if we're expecting this to draw in a large amount of the voter base, if people aren't already showing up in 20% figures for elections for the selectmen, why should we have this? It seems like the 20% won't be met for a special election when people already don't show up in high enough quantities during the regular elections to meet this proposition?
I can't. You get the question?
It was more comments, I think, more than questions. It was more of a commentary than a question. So yeah, let's hear from other people. I'll go to the microphone over here, and then I think I'm going to ask here for some new voices. So yes.
Yes. Mark O'Connell, 68 South Street, speaking in opposition to this. We have mechanisms already for voters to participate in the democracy in this town. We have seen it tonight that we have been here for hours discussing these things. We have seen there was a request to reconsider the motion about the swimming pool, and it was pointed out there are rules about that in terms of procedural errors or significant circumstance changes. There are already mechanisms where people can petition for new town meetings. I've not heard anything that says those mechanisms are insufficient. I've heard many times people comment that there are open town in town choose not to. That is their choice. I may disagree with it, but I will respect it. I do not see why this is necessary or why such a mechanism will suddenly spur all of these people to participate. This seems completely unnecessary to me. If there are problems with the current mechanisms, let's point those out and work to fix them. If access to town meeting is a problem, then let's work on remote access, remote voting, or other things. There are ways we can address it in the mechanisms we have today, and I see no reason for this.
Thank you. Gentleman at the microphone, my right, your left.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Spofford, 15 Old Colony Drive. It's 11:27. We started 4 hours and 27 minutes ago, and like Mr. O'Connell said, we've been going at it. And we've seen retired Chief Parker here for his 72nd town meeting, here to participate in open town meeting. We've seen a young man get up here a number of times. I'm not sure, he's talked about high school, may be here for his first meeting speaking, but we've all had the chance to come here. We knew when the meeting was. We could put it in our calendar. Everyone in town could put it in their calendar. We can put our March meeting in the calendar today. That date's available already. That's what open town meeting is. 2 years ago, I remember getting up and speaking when we had some of those frivolous citizens petitions that came forward. This towny baby, the other stuff that we hope we won't see now that we've passed some safeguards to it. And it was about 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday night, and we had about 700 people in here because people wanted to be here to speak about what they thought about those particular frivolous motions or articles. If we were to adopt this particular article, we'd be basically saying that every minute you spend in your open town meeting is an advisory session. We'd be putting forward our votes on articles, and we'd be coming up with our decisions in those town meetings, but they wouldn't be final. We'd be here spending all of our time just to advise the town, but if 200 people didn't like what we did and didn't come in and give their voice, then they could put together that petition and bring it forward for another election. It's a circumvention of open town meeting. And if we're going to have open town meeting in Westborough, we need to continue to have open town meeting. I remember sitting in the gym once when we had to go to the extra room. We've had it. We've had people show up. Let's keep it here as open town meeting. Let us have discourse here and not let it be simply advisory. It should be final when we end today and when we end every day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the microphone over here.
Scott Moran, 4 Stonehill Road. I think the intent of this is to ultimately, I think, benefit all of us. We all know that there are proponents who pack the House to get initiatives passed. And it's scary that basically we've lost 66% of people who are here. And if an important issue came up right now, 130 people could really direct the town one way or another. And I don't think that's a true democracy. I think if something is important and it really goes off the rails, we have a safeguard or an insurance policy like this so we can maybe get it back on the rails. But to say town meeting, it's a beautiful idea. It was great 300 years ago, but lack of time, jobs. Look at us. I mean, we have 130 people here representing the town of Westborough. Is that really democracy? So I think the intent here is good. I think, you know, if somebody passed a motion that raised our tax bills, you know, $1,000 a year, wouldn't you want a chance to go back at that and give a townwide vote? And if it was justified, it would pass. But guaranteed, without that, we have no, you know, we talk about the thresholds. Well, this is a pitiful threshold. You know, we got 130 people here representing thousands, and it's great that we're here. It's a battle of attrition. But this article is really meant to help all of you in case something does go off the rails. And I support it. I think Fred did a great job, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keogh?
Well, I would just say, and I think, Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle, our town moderator mentioned this earlier. There are rules about what can be brought forward, right? We were talking about Article 16. We couldn't then, right now, make a motion to raise our taxes $1,000, right? It's not allowed. We can only make minor modifications to any article that has already been put forward before us. We cannot come up with new articles on meeting floor or make new commitments that are not here. All those people left because they knew what was still left happening in this meeting and were comfortable with what was going to happen, right? They had a level of expectation once they left after number 7 as to what was going to be handled by this meeting, and that's going to stay consistent. So there is nothing. If you look at the warrant, you know exactly what's going to be handled at town meeting, and then you can make a decision about whether or not you wish to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. I'll jump to this side. Is this Mr. Kotowski?
Rick Kotowski, 5 Arch Street. I'm going to put forth one scenario that concerns me here. So many of the decisions we make here at town meeting can be time sensitive, such as applying for grants or signing contracts, approving money to allow signing of a contract. I'm concerned that if you get the 200 signatures to basically hold that in abeyance, if you look at this schedule, that could delay things 2 to 3 months. And I'm concerned that, that 2 to 3 months later when we hold the vote, even though it's overwhelming in approval of what we originally decided, the opportunity may have been lost, and effectively that minority of 200 has blocked the will of the town. So I would recommend, voting against this issue, and I invite Mr. Savoy or any of our town officials to correct me if I've made a wrong assumption here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Savoy.
Just to mention, in section 2 of the proposal, it talks about the limits, and there are several there, in addition to what the law prohibits. But obviously, the adjournment and dissolve of the meeting would not be subject to a recall vote. Payment of notes or bonds, borrowing of money, emergency measures subject to 2/3 votes, or immediate preservation of peace, health, and safety of the town. Those are not subject to recall or recall votes. So it's restrictive. It is not all-encompassing, and it's not. It eliminates much of what would be frivolous. So it's an effort to allow the entire voting electorate to participate on particular issues of particular interests, particular positions that would enable all voters to express their opinion regarding those matters. So there are limitations on this.
Thank you. You haven't spoken on this yet, right? The gentleman back here, yeah.
Todd Luce, 11 Forbes, motion to move debate.
Okay, Mr. Luce from 11 Forbes Street has moved to terminate debate. As we all know by now, that means that we move directly to a vote on whether we terminate debate. When the green light goes on, we're voting on whether to terminate debate. I will point out there were a few people who wanted to speak. We've spoken about this for a half hour, heard from both sides. Voting has started. Pressing 1 is to stop debate. Pressing 2 is to continue debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. Voting is ended. We have 113 in favor of terminating debate and 9 opposed. Debate is terminated. Once we get the system cleared out, we are now voting on Mr. Savoy's main motion. His motion is to have the town petition the general court for the referendum petition as laid out in Article 16. Voting is started. If you are in favor of Mr. Savoy's motion, please press 1. If you are opposed, please press 2. Voting has started. Voting is ended. We have 17 in favor and 115 opposed. The motion is defeated. Mr. Johnson, please be quiet while you leave. Mr. Johnson, we're
Yes,
not...
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that we dissolve the October 21st, 2025 special town meeting.
Mr. Johnson has moved that we dissolve, which means to end the town meeting. When the light goes on, all those in favor, while you're returning your voting devices, please press 1. If you want to stay here and help clean up the auditorium, you may press 2. Voting is started. Voting is ended. I forgot to vote that time. We have a vote of 72 in favor, 4 opposed. The town meeting is dissolved. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank the people here early, and thank you for staying till the end. Thank you very much. See you next time.